deputy leaders Dr. Nyan Gatsby-Dolly and Colum Imbert as one of his final acts in office. San Fernando East MP Brian Manning is pushing for a return to the PNM's traditional delegate system, arguing the one-man, one-vote model introduced under Rowley has weakened the party. Speaking outside Balize House ahead of a General Council meeting, Manning said the delegate system better empowered active members and gave the PNM a historic edge. He described the current model as destructive and insisted party rebuilding must include structural reform. Manning also paid tribute to former Prime Minister Stuart Young, calling him capable and committed, and said the party must now listen to voters, reflect and improve how it serves the nation. The Assembly of Southern Lawyers has sounded the alarm on severe dysfunction in the family court system. In a letter to Chief Justice Ivor Archie, ASL President Cyril Lacan highlighted extreme delays, poor docket management, and a lack of accountability among family court masters. Cases such as uncontested divorces and urgent domestic violence matters are reportedly being delayed by months and even over a year, with some interim protection orders scheduled far past the legal 21-day limit. The ASL is calling for an independent investigation, stricter performance standards, a formal docketing policy, and stakeholder consultations. Lacan warned that the court's failings are inflicting emotional harm on litigants and damaging public trust in the justice system. Internationally deported from the U.S., many Mexican nationals are starting over through employment at call centers in Tijuana. One such center, Easy Call, employs deportees like Alberto Salagan, who turned his life around after gang involvement. The company's owner, also a deportee, says the jobs offer stability and purpose. Larger firms like ASC also provide work without judging past mistakes. With deportations still ongoing under President Trump's administration, these jobs are seen as vital lifelines for many returnees. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN. Come celebrate 15 years of Caribbean literature. It's a homecoming with stories, debates, open mics, music, workshops, films, and exciting youth and children's festivals at the 2025 Bocas Lit Fest. 50 events, over 100 writers, speakers, and performers. Check the program at bocaslitfest.com. That's bocaslitfest.com. See you at the National Library in Port of Spain from Thursday 1st to Sunday 4th May, or tune in online on YouTube.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private healthcare affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
want
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I would ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
The best laptops and tablets are at dbesttoys.com. Get a Gateway 14.1-inch ultra-slim notebook or an HP 14-inch laptop at the best prices in TNT. Get the Fire 7 tablet for $474. You can also shop the latest Amazon Fire Sticks. Call now at 32-DBEST to order or visit us in-store at Forces flagship Mac Bean. Shop online now at dbesttoys.com. Free delivery available throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Cash or links on delivery.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, and welcome to AM Prime on WESN. I am Naomi McNish.
And I am Jada McLeod.
So this morning we have some news stories for you, just to keep you updated, some discussions. We're going to start with some local stories that happened
over the course of the last couple of days.
Some
things that you guys already know, so we just didn't get a chance to mention it. But of course, the 2025 general elections that we've been ramping up to has just officially ended with the United National Congress, of course, emerging victorious. Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar is going to be sworn in as the new
Prime Minister along with the AG, that's the Attorney General, today at 4 p.m. So we will be watching that, keeping a close eye on it.
So the AG hasn't been officially announced to my knowledge, but people do have a couple of suspicions as to who it may be. So that's pretty interesting. We're looking forward to her launching her new cabinet as well, seeing who's going to be leading the ministries over the next couple of years. Some names have been thrown out there. I'm not going to say those names. It's not for me to say. But it's just very interesting to see who will be leading our nation for the next 5 years. Some of the news we wanted to mention is that, of course, Dr. Keith Rowley has officially stepped down as
political leader of the People's National Movement. And the new leader now of the PNM, which is now the opposition party, is Miss Penelope Beckles. That was announced yesterday. And it makes history because she's now the first woman to ever lead the People's National Movement.
Yes, I actually saw a meme yesterday. It was actually posted by Chris Hossain, where it was like a new type of world where we have Kamala Prasad-Bissessar as Prime Minister, Penelope Beckles as leader of the opposition, and of course Michaela Pandey leading the what they call the Third Force Party. So it is really great to see women in this light. And I remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking about how women were kind of taking over the political sphere. We had Anita Haynes on and all of these different things. So it's good to see
talking about women in politics and the progress we have made as women over the years in this political space. So it is interesting. I actually didn't think about it that way, but a point is made, and we'll see how much more progress we can make over the next couple of years.
It's interesting to me that we've had a prime minister, leader of our government, be a woman twice. But and then not to compare, but the United States hasn't even had a woman president as yet. That's always surprised me. Always surprised me. People say that we follow suit or we copy a lot, but we didn't copy this one. I think Trinidad has shown significant progress when it comes to at least the rights of women or the things that women can do. So just to formalize it at a news conference in Balize House yesterday, Penelope Beckles was unanimously chosen. So there were no, I don't want her there, I don't think she's fit. Everybody was like, it's about time.
I think
about time.
This was something that was supposed to happen from before elections, you know.
People were saying that they stole it from her and all of these different things. I'm sure Sean will talk more about it. But
she got, I saw the post, it was posted, she got 6 signatures from various members.
Marvin Gonzalez, Kareem, Marcel, I'm not too sure if Mr. Farris O'Reilly was on it, but I know he was by her side when it was announced.
And Ryan Gatsby-Dolly. Foster
Cummings was there, yes, of course.
So, and I think, how much is that? It's about six of them. So she did have a good support around her yesterday when she made her announcement. She assured everyone that the People's National Movement, this is not the first time that they're in opposition, and they will continue to do the work, continue to support one another. She thanked her colleagues, especially that was one of the first things that she did. She thanked her colleagues for allowing her to be in that position that she's in now.
I would have misspoke earlier. Yes, we of course congratulate Ms. Michaela Pandey for being at third force, but the person that they would have made mention to was Ms. Christine Kangaloo, of course, the president of our nation. So I just wanted to correct myself there. But I mean, it's just in addition, you have Christine Kangaloo, and then of course the head of our parliament. So that's just a lot of women in these amazing responsibilities, amazing seats. So Penny's priorities, just to talk a little bit more about that, is she said a general election post-mortem to, of course, discuss all of what happened regarding the PNM's loss, significant loss actually, at the 2025 general elections. They have to take time to regroup, which is, they need to, because that the country spoke. If to talk plainly, the country spoke. It was, I think it was 54% of a vote of the electorate came out. And out of those, out of that 54%, majority went, like a majority went to the United National Congress. So that means that the PNM really and truly has some work to do. They really need to
step up and gain back the trust of the population, because it's evident that majority of the population did not vote, you know, and it would seem, or we can make an assumption, I think it's safe to make an assumption that the population that did not vote were PNM supporters.
Yes, that's what they were saying. Yeah. That they didn't come out to vote because they didn't feel like they had a choice. They didn't have trust in the PNM. And of course, they didn't want to go across to the UNC or any other party. So they just stayed home, which is unfortunate. So she also said that the PNM's parliamentary team is going to be comprised of younger MPs as well as those with experience, so we can have that balance. She also said that we can look forward to a responsible opposition, one that works, and she vowed to focus on and support legislation affecting the people and dealing with crime. That's a big one. So she also said that the opposition won't adopt a policy of obstruction.
Well, we hope to see that. I think I've always said after this general election, we really need to come together as a country, unite, and the current government needs to work together with the opposition and just show that unity, that we can, you know, make it work and do our best to just reach a point where we're going to break, but before we're going to break, we also want to mention Stuart Young yesterday. This also happened yesterday. He stepped down as the PNM's chairman, and he has held that position since December of 2022. So that was a big move as well, post-election and post-loss of the party. So there's a lot happening, but we stay optimistic, and we hope we continue to pray for the country and hope for the best in the next 5 years. So we're going to take a quick break now.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
This morning, I am Naomi McNish, and I am a lone soldier this morning, but it's okay. The show must go on. So today on AM Prime, we are serving up something a little different. It's a conversation about passion, professionalism, and purpose in the food service industry. Author Charmaine Rivers joins us to discuss her new book, The Joy of Service, for the professional food server. It's a guide that not only celebrates the dignity of the role, but also reminds us that great service is about much more than taking orders. It's about connection, pride, and excellence. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. Welcome
Good morning.
to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So, well, congratulations on your new book. What inspired you to write The Joy of Service?
I have been in this industry for 31 years to be exact. And what I've noticed is that customer service is not at the forefront, not just at restaurants, but food trucks, anywhere, doctors' offices, law firms, anybody that interacts with normal customers, patrons. We have our inability to serve and just do it kind and be polite and courteous. Oh my God, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why did you? So now knowing that we understand that service is usually bad in this country, why did you choose to focus specifically on professional food services, and what makes your role so vital in the hospitality industry?
Hospitality, like I said, it is a career. A lot of persons look at it as a stepping stone, or just a filler job. I'm just going to, I'm going to be a server. And it's okay, but I think once you get there, is to really develop this skill. Because when people come to you, it's an experience they're expecting. It's not just about the food, it's about the service that make people come back.
Yeah.
It's about the little things, the good morning, the good afternoon, the thank you. Can I help you? Oh my gosh, it's just the little things that matters.
Yeah. So the title speaks of joy. How do you define joy in the context of service, and why is it important?
Listen, Gail, anybody could tell you I love my job. I love what I do. I have been manager of food and beverage services at the Office of the Parliament for 17 years. Prior to that was Cape Rock Hotel for 9 years, where I was dining room manager for both restaurants. And it doesn't matter. For me as a manager, I roll up my sleeve. I think if you find pride in what you do and that passion, Gail, I just love to serve. And there was no other name fitting for service than the joy. Because once you love what you do, it's not even work anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. So was this book shaped by your personal experiences?
It definitely was. Over the years, like I said, is the level of inconsistent service that people receive. But last year, July, Hotel School Tobago reached out to me to conduct, to facilitate classes, Accelerate Your Ambition, where they were training persons for hospitality industries in Tobago, hotels, guest houses and stuff. And one of the things that I had to teach was the professional food server, but there was absolutely no book on it. There was nothing on it.
Okay.
And I started to document, and I had my staff every day coming and be role playing and documenting and writing. And I said, no, I have to get this right.
Yeah. So at what point of your career did you realize this was a passion? Because based on what you're saying, the joy of serving, in order to serve well, you have to have a love for it, a joy for it, a passion for it.
I think I often say it's from small. I always love serving. From small, any family gatherings, I'm always there helping. You get invited, but I go in people's kitchen, helping, serve. It's just something. I love to see people smile. I love to exceed. I love to exceed expectations. You know, when they pay attention to emotional intelligence, people, they can tell, something wrong. What can I do to brighten that person's day?
Yeah.
And that is where it came from. So that was from small, probably about 10 years.
Yeah. Can you give us one specific example from your expansive career where, you know, you would have felt like this is what I love to do?
I think when I started to train, when I was at Hotel School Tobago and I went to Cocoa Reef as a trainee, when I got there, of course, being Trinidadian, it was just two of us, 2 students went. And when I started to actually work in the industry and serve persons, I said, this is me. This is it, yeah. So it wasn't even about being a manager at that point. I didn't want to stay in the office. I wanted to come down and pour tea and pour coffee and say good morning and take reservations. Yeah, that's when I knew this is there. This is for me.
So, okay, let's talk about some of the key takeaways or the themes of the book, right? So, key principles or messages that you hope readers would take away from it once they begin reading or on completion.
Think once the book was designed, it was intentional. The size of the book, it is easy to put into your handbag. It's like a coach. Every aspect of service in the hospitality industry, every aspect, from taking a reservation to presenting a bill, it's written as a documented guide, step by step. So if it is that you're unsure of how to approach, you open the book, it tells you what to do, step by step. Go to the customer, say good morning, identify yourself, the time of day, because I hate people to say good day. There's nothing like good day. It's good morning, it's good afternoon, it's good evening. And those little things do matter.
Yes.
It just makes you the professional that, you know, you want to be. People see you differently.
Yes.
Because let's be real, in the service industry, a lot of persons look at it more as servitude, that obligation to serve, instead of I get to do this, I love doing this. And then people will respect you differently.
Yes, it's more or less treated as this is, I'm coming to work, this is my job.
And let me just do it and go. And that's it. And I never want persons in the industry to feel that way.
So how do you think persons in the industry can raise the standard of their work? And I know attitude will play a big part, but how can they, you know, how can the standard of their work or their attitude increase to better serve the customer?
I think it's a skill. So a lot of times persons open a restaurant or you buy a food truck. It's prettiest design, decor, ambience, but they take persons, unskilled persons, and just put them in that space. What would you expect? If you don't train, see, if that's skilled, if you want to be better at your job, it's just to learn and develop yourself. You don't have to wait for the employer to do it. It's about bettering yourself, to getting the skills. So the book is actually showing you, it's a guide for the skills for you to be better. Because if you want to be just like you, for your job, you can't just sit and say, oh, well, I'm just going to be a journalist and I'm good. No, you want to do things every day that will put you in a better position. It's just like me. So apart from doing this, that's why I went and do etiquette training. And not just at the American School of Protocol, but with Burma etiquette, with the Eileen Donahue from Ireland. You want to really people to understand the concept of service and why it's important.
How do you see the connection between service and personal growth or personal development?
In any industry is service, and personal development plays an important role. Even if I tell all my employees, even if you come in as a server at the bottom of the barrel, it doesn't mean you stay there. Once you, everybody's not academically inclined, which is understood. Everybody's not that. But everybody has a chance and a potential to succeed. There's so many courses you can do for your own personal development, which will help you, because once you see you grow mentally and you grow emotionally, of course, you will grow anyhow you put in any industry you go into. It's just about taking the time and investing in you as a person.
Yes, you have to have the drive and the care. You have to care about
yourself.
I think,
You have to. It's just about doing that, caring about who you are and the job that you're doing and loving what you do.
Yes. So I think we're kind of, the food or service industry would have evolved in a sense, and now we're kind of in an era of fast food and technology. So, how can we preserve the human touch in hospitality when it comes to these fast food or, food chains, these interactions where you're in a drive-through ordering, or you go to an outlet, a food outlet, and you have to make an order? That is still, to me, you still have to be hospitable.
Of course, and it still have to be professional, not just hospitable, but professional. It doesn't matter. It could be a fast food, and even for the new person that's opening a food truck, that human interaction. Good morning, how can I help you? We have this, and it's not, we don't have this today, but give us a solution. We don't have, but what I can tell you, we have this. Would you like to try? It's just about giving suggestions, just about having that. Again, if you love what you do, it is not that you're working hard, and that is the thing. So food trucks, restaurants, doctor's offices, anywhere there's a interaction with persons, oh gosh, just stop and say hi, good morning.
Yes.
Your brand, you're the ambassador for the place that you're working.
So this book, it touches on all those aspects, not just restaurants, but as you said, the food trucks, the fast food chains.
Everybody that in the food industry, every person that is in the food industry. I mean, I would love, my dream is to see persons when you go, listen, we go out, my sisters say, can you not say anything today? And I say, I would really try. And you go on, and there's so many restaurants, you may go, you expect that, your expectations are low, because when you walk in, they're congregating. They turn it's like you're bothering them. Hi, it's like, hi, any service, what's going on? It's like, I didn't want to call the restaurants. And I can go right now on the same, and this is a huge food chain.
Yeah.
Why? Why is it you can't stop and know there's no congregating at the front? And your most important person is your guest. Why?
Yes. Yeah. So I know, okay, so your book targets the server, the professional server. What about the customer? Because I think, do you think in the Caribbean, our servers receive enough respect for their work by the customer, and if how can that perception be changed if not?
I think so. That's a really interesting question, because I often say if you do your job with that level of pride and professionalism, people would treat you as such, as that professional that you are. But if you come and you give mediocre service and you don't care, why should I treat you? Why in somebody else's mind, why should they treat you with some level of respect? You don't respect me as a customer. And that is it. So I think once you do your job with that level of professionalism, you can't tell me nobody would respect you for that.
I mean, sometimes there are cases where the customer might come in with already a bad attitude, and it's up to the server, the person serving you to keep a level of professionalism, decorum, but sometimes that's hard for people. And
it takes a special,
about suppressing your emotions and realizing, okay, I have a job to do, but it's serving. I think serving is one of the most underrated jobs, underrated things that you can do, because dealing with people is not always easy.
It isn't. But at the end of the day, like even when I trained a restaurant last week, and I was telling the servers, yes, but some customers, they're so challenging. I say, yes, it takes a special kind of person to be a server. And once you understand your job, I mean, there are times in your head you say, oh God, I can't deal. But nobody should ever see that on your face.
Yes.
So even if I don't like how I'm being treated when I come with that level of, I would still maintain that level of professionalism. And if it's really difficult, then you get somebody else to handle it, bring the manager, get them involved. But you never, never, never show disrespect to your guests at no point in time.
Is it true that the customer is always right?
I do. So I'm an owner. I own House of Tea in Arima. And I have had instances where I had to put customers out because you're really being disrespectful to staff. And you're being difficult and you're being challenging. And it's when challenging is one thing, but disrespectful to staff for no reason, no. Yes, the customer, people say on one hand, the customer is always right because they're the person that pay our bills. All right? Without customers coming, we have no business.
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, as a manager, you have to understand, or owner of a place, you have to understand, No, they're not always right. And you have to stand up for your staff as well. So you could go and have a conversation with that customer and let them know, okay, I understand how you feel, but this is the guideline. This is how we manage this place.
Yes.
But it's about having conversation and really communicating with the person.
Right. So what advice would you give to young people entering the field who may not see this as a long-term career?
Listen, I don't understand. Hospitality is a career. I have been here 31 years. And it's something I love, and I can't see myself doing anything different. Even at Parliament, you know, where I'm not supposed to serve, I'm still serving and pointing for members. I love what I do. I would tell persons, even if it's a stepping stone, make it one of the best stones to step on. Because this is only going to help you in your future. Really. Be the professional that you can be. It's a blessing to serve persons, you know. Not everybody could do it. To take a job with that level of pride, listen, it'll take you places you know. I live by a quote that says, good manners can open doors, the best education cannot. I live by that quote. It's by Clarence Thomas. And I wish people would understand it. If you understand your job, nobody can look at you and you can't see yourself as just being it's an obligation to serve.
Yes.
No, it's something you get to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, so do you, can you give us a little excerpt from your book, read one or two lines?
From it?
Just to give the viewers an idea of what
it is?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about, I'll tell you one of the things that I hate. So, as servers, I often think we need to polish up ourselves, right? So I have, in part of the book is, instead of saying, try saying. So one of the things that we love to say is, yeah, sure. And one of the things you could say, certainly. It just sounds so much more professional and so much more tasteful. We like to say, no problem. No problem is a problem. So if I'm asking somebody, say, no problem, why can't I just say, certainly, ma'am? I can get that for you.
Yeah.
There are things, sign here. You could sign here. Can you just approve? It's just making you the more polished person and the more professional person. I believe it's in the greeting time, like I said. I have a problem when people come and say good day. There's nothing like good day. It's good morning, it's good afternoon, it's good evening. And it tells you why. Good morning from the time 12:01 to 11:59. It's just things that would really help us truly better ourselves.
It's in the detail.
It's the detail.
Yes.
It's paying attention to the small things that people overlook.
Yeah.
You know, and the communication, why it's important to watch customers in the eye and to smile. And how it's so important for you to understand that even when you're on the phone, I'm sure sometimes you call a friend and they say, what happened to you today? Why are you sounding like that? They haven't seen you. But just from the tone of your voice, they understand that something is wrong. So all that in telephone etiquette, it tells you, no, you have to have a warm smile. Even when you pick up the phone, you have to smile. You can hear a smile. You know? So those are the things that's in the book. I mean, your parents, the major sin of a server is leaving somebody with a menu in their hand for too long. It makes them feel that you're not interested or just not acknowledging. So it tells you why not to do things and what you should do.
Yes. I think these are little things that we know. When we hear it, we're like, oh yeah, I know that, but we don't necessarily, we're not aware of how important it is.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're very correct. And it's, like I say, it's every aspect, attributes of a great server, not just a good server, but a great server. It's about being knowledgeable, about having that positive attitude, you know, about being organized, punctual. You have to understand, if the restaurant opens at 6 and it's supposed to be there at 5:30 and you come at 6, you're late. You come at 5:30, you're late because it takes time for you to put on your bag, to go. And you can't tell a guest, well, Shamina's late today, so no, they don't want to hear that. No. And those things is what makes you and separates you from the other person.
I agree. So let's talk a little bit of the writing of the book. So what was the writing process like for you, and were there any challenges?
But I think for me, honestly, because I've been listening 35 years, it's easy to role play and do it. So for me, what I would have done with my staff, I would have had them there role playing. No, change our tablecloth. No, that's not the first thing. The first thing, they put one over and just documenting. Then I had to do a PowerPoint for the students. And from the PowerPoint, I had a team of persons and came together and summarized it and started to write down. Because Remember, most times food servers are persons who didn't do academically well in school. Let us be real.
Okay.
All right? It doesn't mean that they can't have a lucrative business. It doesn't mean that they can't achieve. I have staff who works with me part-time. They're presently employed at great hotels. And they will tell you their service charge alone, sometimes $7,000 a fortnight.
Yeah, wow.
I had a staff who tips for Carnival alone was $22,000.
Wow.
So, and that happened because she's great at what she does. So these are people I would have taken and sat with, and no, that's not it. So it was days and hours, and they probably was getting upset. So they had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I was just, no, from the beginning, let's do this over. No, I'm missing a step. That is not what you do. Walk out that door, come back in. You pretend you're the receptionist. No, that is incorrect. It took hours and days and months, but that was the process. And I had a great team around me. I had Leah and Ebony who would have, really kind of put it together after I would have sent everything forward. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have, is this book, the one and only? Do you have plans to create more in the future?
I definitely want to do one on etiquette because I am big on etiquette and customer service. Even though I train, I specialize in food and beverage management, of course, training persons for the industry, to be a consultant for restaurants and stuff. I also do a lot of work with customer service because, well, I told you my pet peeve for customer service and bad customer service. And I don't believe it's either it's bad or it's good.
Yes.
There's no middle, there's no gray line in between. No, it's either it's good customer service or bad customer service.
I think I can say when the customer service is bad, it ruins the entire experience
of course.
Of just sitting down and dining and eating. And it really, I think the other day recently, I was at a restaurant and I was by myself. I took myself out. It was just one of those things. I'm like, I'm going to take myself out. And I remember being on the phone with my friend afterwards because she asked me, how did it go? And I'm like, that was the worst experience of my life because I was alone and I didn't have anybody to talk to share the experience with. So obviously I'm way more aware of what's happening around me, of how the waitresses and waiters are treating me, just the service all around. And it was the worst experience of my life. I wouldn't say where I was, but it was just, I felt it. I was like, I didn't enjoy it. Even eating the food was great, but the experience overall was just horrible. Like the wait time was long. I think the restaurant was busy as well, so that could have been a factor, but it was just...
But let me ask you, would you go back there again?
Alone, no.
And that's my point. I often say, you can have the best food and customer service isn't good, you would hardly ever go back.
Yeah.
You could have great customer service and the food wasn't good, we make an excuse for the chef and say, today was a bad day in the kitchen, probably. Because the service was so good, you're going to go back.
Yes.
And people don't understand. When you understand that, that is what makes the difference.
Yeah, because I think as a customer, you might if you go to dinner with friends or family, having conversation, being with people that you enjoy being around, you kind of dismiss or you don't necessarily realize how the customer service is at the point in time. So being by myself, I think that's where I was like, I've never come here and it was this bad. Or maybe I just didn't realize it was this bad.
Exactly. Because you're always you're conversing with someone, so you don't realize you wait time for the food. You don't realize, they haven't even acknowledged us yet.
Yes.
You don't realize because the conversation is so good.
Yes.
But that is my problem, my customer service. So even at my establishment, House of Tea, is something I pay great attention to. Because I often say, you see, from that time you pick up that telephone to make that reservation, that customer, even if they don't want to come on that day, they must want to come some other time because you were so kind and so polite and so knowledgeable.
Yes, and I think too, if when you call to make a reservation, if they're not polite on the phone or you're not hearing, it sounds like they're stressed, it sounds like they're having a bad day, you kind of, now your entire perception now
changes.
Yeah, and by the time you get to the restaurant, you're like, I don't want to be here anymore. I've experienced that. It's
expectations,
true.
you already have lowered the expectations. You don't expect anything great there.
Yes.
And that was the reason. So even in every aspect of my journey, in doing etiquette, where I train for etiquette because I believe every person deserves and have to understand etiquette is for everyone.
Yes.
It's not just for what school you go to, it's for all schools, it's for every person in every walk of life.
Yes.
So merging the etiquette together with the training, with the customer service, I said, no, no. I have to.
It was much needed.
Yeah, it is needed.
Yes. So where can we get this book? Where can we find the book?
Presently, we have it at House of Tea. So you can get it at House of Tea in Arima. You can call, what's House of Tea number? I'll have to give the number. I don't remember offhand. As well as it's going to be in bookstores from next week.
Okay.
So, yes, and it's on Amazon.
Okay. What bookstores do you,
well, we're going to have a series, Gil. I'm not sure. We're going to have a whole suite of bookstores.
Okay.
It's just me to pinpoint. But definitely we're going to have it in bookstores as of next week.
Do you have a cost point?
It's going to be between $200 and $230. Getting it from House of Tea is going to be $200. I think the bookstore is probably going to have it for $230. But yes.
So
and Amazon is, I think, like 22 something. But it's a soft copy.
We got the number for House of Tea. So it's 728-3081.
Thank you.
Yes. So if you are interested in getting the book, can I?
Of course.
Yeah. So this is the book. If you are interested in getting this book, The Joy of Serving, you can contact House of Tea 728-3081, and that would, and you can order a book. Like Shameen said, it would be in bookstores soon from
next week, maybe next week, maybe like this week, Wednesday.
Right, and the cost starts at $200, or you can order the book on Amazon. So I think we ought to really have a look at the book. The cover, everything feels, it feels great in the hand, especially. So this is something I have not seen before. So well done. I really do think that this is much needed, because not even in the food industry, but just customer service on the whole, in retail, in malls, and there's this thing that Trinidadians have, like with Pennywise customer service. Even that alone, oh my gosh, people talk about it. It's something, and to say that it's trending, I don't know if persons feel like it's cool, it's funny.
Yeah.
Because we make jokes about it all the time, but it's so important. And I personally, I deal with people on a daily, and not just here, but with my mom. She has a swim school, so we're constantly dealing with the customers. We are providing a service, and I think anytime you're providing a service, it's always important to, keep a smile on your face, to interact with the most positive attitude that you can, and it's not hard. It's not easy, but as long as you love what you do, I think it comes naturally. And definitely. I see that with you 100%.
Love. Can't see myself doing anything else.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Shameen, for joining us on the program this morning. And we, when you do create your etiquette book, yes. I would love to have you back on, because this conversation was definitely enlightening and very interesting.
Thank you so much for having me. It was my pleasure being here. And please, I would just like Trinidad and Tobago to know it just takes nothing to be nice, to be kind, to just, you never know, just to give people that experience and exceed. The aim is always exceeding customers' expectations.
Yes.
It's an experience.
Oh, yes.
So.
Oh, my gosh. Could not have said that better. I 100% agree, because I've experienced bad customer service on many different levels, different situations, different places, and it is difficult. So this is really nice. Would you possibly consider, this book being in education institutions?
I know we almost finished. Yeah. I have to say that. My aim, Serve already adopted it for their school, for hospitality, Tobago Hotel School as well. My aim is to get it in the government, or secondary schools, because like I say, a lot of persons may not be academically inclined, but there's a whole career out there. Yes. There's cruise ship, there's the restaurant industry, hospitality, the hotel industry. And I really would want to get, I called the ministry yesterday to see how I can get it on the curriculum and get it in each library in the government on secondary schools.
Yeah, yes.
So that is my aim. So I'm working on that. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that was Shemaine Rivers on her book, The Joy of Serving. Yeah, so if you want to get a chance, take a look at it. You can find the book on Amazon, or you can call House of Tea at 728-3081. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to continue on with another conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for, it's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man
is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man who's being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
I am Dr. Delphina Ovid, your friendly neighborhood dentist. At Community Hospital Dental Clinic, we offer examinations which include x-rays, basic oral cancer screening, and a treatment plan. We also offer cleanings, fillings, extractions, root canal treatment, and complete and partial dentures. Remember, you don't have to brush and floss all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond
wanna-
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this,
we are doomed for failure.
You break a balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put
Why you
forever.
want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
of the game.
not no.
Let's go to the last part.
Welcome back to the program this morning. So this morning we're taking a deep dive into the election defeat of the People's National Movement after after about a decade in office. The party has been ousted amid growing public dissatisfaction and a string of controversial decisions. So from backlash over salary increases to perceived arrogance of leadership, citizens across the country have voiced their discontent loud and clear. So joining me on the program this morning is Dr. Shane Mohammed. We're going to kind of deep dive into the possibilities of why the People's National Movement lost this general election. Good morning, Dr. Shane.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Tired.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
Yes, it has. I can imagine, so for you especially.
It's been a long week, but it's good. That's a good thing.
And it's Friday, so I hope you'll get some rest this weekend, hopefully.
Not when you have a class lecture at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh gosh. Well, the work never stops. So let's get straight into it. What, in your view, was the final straw that broke the PNM's political back in this election?
Well, if I'm being honest to the country, and being honest about what the final straw,
yes.
Final straw, it was Stuart Young. It was Stuart Young's appointment, his miss or lack of understanding of the cabinet roles and responsibility, the lack of understanding of the personalities that formed the members of parliament around him. It was a lack of understanding of how does one meander those personalities, how does one, match those personalities with the experience. It's about understanding the dynamics in front of him as Prime Minister. I don't think he got it, and I also blame his lack of understanding, his lack of experience, squarely on Dr. Rowley, who I think created a full sense of security and a full sense of, political maturity for him, and drafted and crafted and directed that whole that whole narrative that he was prepared. And I don't believe the evidence is there. He was not prepared, and the last straw that broke the camel's back was Stuart Young and his appointment as Prime Minister, and then his selection of the cabinet that blew the fuse.
Oh gosh, yes. So you would have described the population as being a kind of battered woman syndrome. Can you explain or expand a little bit on what you meant by that?
Well, you expect the whole idea of battered woman syndrome is, you expect the country to love you, and you expect the country to appreciate you, and you expect a certain loyalty from the population. All you've done to the country for the last 10 years is batter them with words of abuse. And when I say words of abuse, I mean Rowley spoke down to this country and spoke down to every level of the population. When the issues of economic hardship came out, when people were talking about the high cost of living, the quick increases of prices of food items in the grocery, how difficult it was to afford food, how difficult it was to find a job, how difficult it was to get foreign exchange, how difficult it was to get basic amenities in terms of roads fixed, drainage, flooding, infrastructure, the bureaucracy involved in getting the ease of doing business in the public sector, the stagnation of the economy, the lack of growth, the lack of, it was all the response to all of that was a narrative that somehow threw the ball back into the court of the population and say, well, it was not the government is doing our best, it's you all. You all expect too much. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. It's always, you all need to be a brother's keeper. You can't want to be solving crime and keeping secrets. It was a complete disconnect to the realities that people were facing.
Yeah.
And that, everything was just thrown back to the population as if, and at the end of the day, these were your employers. So it's as if you were abusive. You were charged with the responsibility of executing on behalf of your employers the business of the organization. And when the performance of the organization dropped and the employers called on you to account for why the business of the organization dropped and the workforce became uneasy and disgruntled, the persons that were charged with the responsibility of operationalizing anything turned it on to the employers and said, it's because of y'all. You're not communicating, you're not talking, you're keeping secrets. I'm like, this is madness.
Yeah. Do you think the quick election call has a part to play in them losing the general election? I mean, in terms of public perception of democracy and choice and these different things.
I think I think in fact the quick election poll, while I think the date of the 28th, and I keep thinking about it because I'm writing for different media houses and being asked very different questions, especially this particular one. I think at the end of the day, the country had made up its mind. They knew that 2025 was going to be an election year. And so that regardless of whether it was late or early or mid, an election day was going to come. And given the narrative of the Prime Minister, former Rowley, between the end of last year and then that transition into the beginning of 2025, the country is like, this man, y'all are very disconnected. Y'all not doing what you're supposed to do. Y'all behaving as if we are beholden to y'all when it's really that y'all are beholden to us. And therefore, he did us a favor. He did the country a favor because his immediate resignation and then the appointment of Stuart Young triggered an earlier election than anticipated, or it triggered, I should rephrase that, triggered an election on the earliest possible date that was envisioned or considered. And obviously the 28th was always considered, could now be seen as having been considered as a contingency date. So, he released the country from his chokehold, and they did what they were supposed to do, and they ran, and they went out there, and they did what they had to do.
Yeah.
And this is squarely on the falls on the squarely on the lap of Rowley and Young.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I asked, what, in your opinion or your view, what was the final straw that would have sealed their fate? I was kind of thinking or considering I was considering the salary hike before.
No, listen, it was not only salary hike.
Yeah.
It was salary hike. It was drag and deal. It was commissioner of police issue. It was a mounting. It was like it was piling upon them one after the next.
Because I know many people felt insulted by the salary hike, and I think
of course, the salary hike was a slap in the face because you were hearing we don't have money, we don't have money, we don't have money. Take the lower end of the bargaining chip because it's money. We don't have forex, we don't have this. But the question, and then they in the middle of that narrative, they stuck with COVID. Because of COVID, we did this to COVID, do that to COVID. We had to meander the greatest pandemic, and my response to that is breads. It's not you alone. It's every single world leader in the world.
Yes.
Every single global leader that was leading a nation had to do it, regardless of what the development status of that nation was. Every single nation had to meander COVID-19. Trinidad and Tobago wasn't the only one. And after COVID-19, so many nations around us, across from us, away from us, lower in the economic spectrum than us were recovering and were doing well. And even what was remarkable for me is that there are nations that during COVID, in that what we call that lockdown period, and that isolation period, nations took the opportunity to improve systems, internally improve systems, innovate their processes, upgrade their infrastructures. And we were just lagging behind, languishing. And it's as if, I wrote a paper on multi-level governance, and it's as if the former administration didn't understand that governance is multi-pronged. It's a multi-level structure. There are different frameworks, and it's not just a straight line with a box and you walk into that building. It's different levels, and everybody can contribute to those different levels of governance and has a role to play. And one of those critical roles is organization, operation, and communication.
Yeah.
Clearly, they lacked it all.
I think it's safe to say, the PNM was simply out of touch with the people. Why do you think that is? Where did they fail to, I guess, read the room?
Hubris, grandeur of office. They're saying that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely is not that it aligns necessarily with power and money. Power provides you with authority, and there are a lot of people who want authority but doesn't want the responsibility to come with it. And when you see that power, when you sit in the chair for a minister and you control state boards and you control the treasury and you have the decisions to make, you are transformed because you're consumed by that power, and the corruption of the absolute power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That absoluteness and that absolutely aspect means you lose a sense of self. Yeah. You lose a sense of your belonging. You lose a sense of purpose because all you're driven by is that I get up this every morning and I am the minister and I have a driver and I go to the office and I am above everybody.
Yeah.
That's as simple as I could the distraction of what people perceive power to be.
Yeah.
Power is authority, but that authority is not without the responsibility. And there's a responsibility to people, there's a responsibility to self-preservation, there's a responsibility in duty, there's a responsibility in service, there's a responsibility in delivery, there's a responsibility with communication.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I think after 10 years, they just believe that they were going to be there forever.
I mean, do you think they've just been sitting there for too long and maybe got comfortable?
Yes, and they somehow believed, and they pushed the narrative that Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar was an abject failure, and they berated the lady, and they made it seem as though she did not have her purpose, and she was just warming a seat, and that she was written off and cancelled. And quite frankly, I kept saying that I know that I've worked with her before. I've studied her as a subject matter, as a case study towards my higher education. She's one of those persons that was really something like a nucleus that you could look upon and compare to other leaders across the world, which is what I did in my studies. And you don't underestimate her. She's one of those politicians in the country. One, she carries experience. Two, she learned from Robinson and she learned from Pandey. She also crafted her own style. And she was you can't underestimate her because, and she always said it, don't take my kindness for weakness, and don't take her weakness or her perception or her look as a way of saying that she's out. And she proved it, that in that moment that the election was signaled, suddenly a framework, a structure, organization, a campaign was in front of the entire country that sent a very clear message that she was indeed ready and preparing. So, we tend to underestimate people, and that's one thing that we can't do.
Yeah.
And I have a saying, personal saying, that I give, and it's probably a flaw of mine, chances are it is, more times than less. I give the benefit of the doubt, and sometimes I also give people the benefit of the doubt, and that sometimes comes back to haunt me. But in this instance, they totally carried a narrative that the lady was an abject and complete and absolute failure. And while I will say, yes, there were flaws in governance, and no government at all is perfect. And when a first-time prime minister is going in, while she may have acted, while she would have served in government as Attorney General and key portfolios, sitting in the driver's seat and getting on the highway of governance and steering that vehicle carries a lot of responsibility. And one will make mistakes, especially when you are trying to control and manage and deal with a lot of personalities in the vehicle that you're driving. And, you know, you learn from those mistakes.
Yeah.
You take the beating, you take the licks, and here we are, 10 years after. She stayed the course, and she didn't give up, and it has been rewarded. And to be honest with you, there's something in politics that people don't recognize, and we teach it, which is religion, that intellects with world politics. And sometimes in life we have to accept and acknowledge that, and it is also written in text. And I studied that as part of my thesis. How does religiosity inform politics and power? How does philosophy also tie in with religiosity to form power and politics? And God takes away appointments and he gives appointments. That's in all texts. I've studied that as well. And therefore, when something is etched in someone's destiny, no politician, no narrative, no nothing can stop the voice, the will of the people. And, you know, Bonji Gala did say, the ground will carry it, and the ground did carry it.
Yes.
And, you know, it happened. So, you know, I also will say, I really didn't appreciate the making it personal on Dr. Rowley's, from Dr. Rowley's point of view, by his own admission and his final interview with the media houses, when, you know, he alluded that, you know, he could never forgive her for something personal. If you are a seasoned politician and you can't put aside a personal grounds, a personal issue, to work for the greater good and work together for the greater good of the nation, then you're flawed. You're severely flawed. And emotionally, you know, you're not emotional, you lack emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
And you're unable to separate yourself from personal to national to prime ministerial and to work to the greater good of the nation. I am sure in all organizations across the country, as I speak to you and those who are listening, you work in an organization, obviously you will meet someone that may have said something, done something, you know, prevented you from a promotion, from moving up. And you have to sometimes, and you probably be in a team that you have been assigned to, or a team that you have been placed in, or a team that you are leading, and this person may be one of those team members. But you have to put aside your personal, you know, your personal feelings and emotions, and work with the individual that would have hurt you in the past for the greater good of your organization and the greater good of the outcome of your team's success and the fruition of the project you're assigned.
Yeah.
That is something that's a reality for in the corporate world and in our professional world as you know, where we work.
Yes.
So, I mean, it
and I think that is something
we
hope to see now that she's Prime Minister, Ms. Pasabi Sasa, that she can work with the opposition now, and they can come together and create some sort of magic, you know, for the country.
I think in this instance, the dynamics are different.
Yeah.
I think one thing we have to understand, we have to realize as well, is that Mrs. Pasabi Sasa, she embodies the personality of a lawyer and also a teacher. And that comes with a level of nurturing as well as discipline. You know, and decorum and respect. And if anybody knows the Prime Minister is not a lady that is combative in terms of her, she doesn't like confrontation. And she's a lady that if you can solve a problem in a way that it gets it done, having to work together with people. I mean, people are questioning why she appointed John Jeremy as Attorney General. And that's why I say that there's hope for us to work for her working with the opposition leader, because they come from similar backgrounds. For all we know, they worked together in the past. For all we know, they've been colleagues since '95 in the Parliament. They came in as new parliamentarians into the 1995 period as new parliamentarians, one as opposition, one as government. Same dynamic today, how many years after, right? 30 years after. They work together then. So I don't see why they can't work together now. I mean, look at the personality of Mrs. Beckers-Robinson. She's a lady, she speaks by her tone, she can be stern but not insulting. She can be firm, but not demotivating and demoralizing. And that it comes from the two ladies meet. They have similarities as well. So, and tying that into the appointment of Mr. Jeremy as Attorney General, it shows that in the interest of the nation, in the interest to carry out policy agenda, legislative agenda, to create the change, she's able to look across the aisle to someone that she knew how many years ago, 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and remember that while they sat on the opposite sides and they disagreed on policy, he was criticized for certain things, he still brought a level of value, and there's a value that she sees that will work within her administration to execute government agenda and policy. And if, in her wisdom, he is valuable to her, we need to give her the opportunity as a nation to make the decisions that she thinks is in best to take us forward.
So I just wanted to, we got a comment from someone. She said, "Thank you, Shane. I've been saying the same thing about Rowley's leadership during COVID. He did not take advantage of the slowdown to implement any meaningful updates or improvements in the country."
I'll tell you something. One of those things that I realized and I found out the hard way is that right after COVID, I had to travel out of the country. And I didn't realize that when a simple thing is that when I left Trinidad and I got into the States, I lost, normally when you put your phone on roaming, it automatically connects to the US network. And I was like a fish out of water until I got to to my hotel and I got to Wi-Fi, only to message Trinidad to find out that a simple thing like the United States during COVID upgraded its telecommunications framework and it advanced its technology in telecommunications that we in Trinidad and Tobago, we didn't realize it, we didn't envision it, we were not innovative enough to know that we could have upgraded simple systems like that during the time of COVID to improve connectivity for those who would have had to go out of the country at some point in time, whether it was right after or whatever. But that was a simple thing that this country was not, what was the word? This country was not given an opportunity to experience because they believed as if COVID was the be-all and end-all. And I mean, you have a cabinet with so many ministers that are responsible for so many portfolios that you could, and I refuse to believe that this was an all-government approach only, that people were only just focused on COVID only, that the rest of their portfolios, fell apart and were neglected. So this notion that COVID was the reason why other nations took advantage of, while they were meandering the debt, I would say, that debt spirit of COVID, that trauma, that travesty of COVID, they were also multi-level approaches to governance, where they were doing what I would say introspection from a governance perspective and building out frameworks and improving their nation and improving their operations So when they burst back into the world, they had become more efficient. They had become more advanced.
Yes.
We lagged.
Yeah.
And that's a telling thing for me as it pertains to the last administration.
Yeah. I wanted to just make a special mention because before we continue, you know, as we were on the topic of Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar, at her swearing in, when she made the decision and she swore on the Constitution rather than the Holy Book. So, and personally, I found that was a great move by her. It would have built tremendously trust from the public. I thought and her reasoning behind it seemed really authentic and genuine. I don't know if you have any views on that.
I found it was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I listened to her in the oath, and she said, you know, she swear by the Constitution, and in somewhere in the middle of that oath also has God. And I think it was groundbreaking. I think, you know, she used the opportunity to show that she was not Hindu, she was not Christian, she's not Muslim, she's not any of those things. As Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, she took the oath from a secular perspective, acknowledging that the Constitution and the law is what guides is our guiding principle, and our supreme, you know, our supreme book that enables us as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to exist, coexist, to have a voice, to have certain freedoms. And, you know, she has a constitutional majority at different levels. I believe that, you know, with the dialogue that I keep advocating for between, and which she herself said in her speech yesterday, that, you know, dialogue with the country and continue to speak with the population and hear their views. We as a nation now have a responsibility to be researched, to be well informed. We have something called the internet and a device. Instead of using it to create content that is nonsensical, bacchanalish, outlandish, and dotish, we should now use it to inform our leader and our government as to what we would like to see as changes in the development and progress of our nation. And the ball is also in our court and in our responsibility to ourselves that we have a dialogue. And in the new dispensation of content creation, take the opportunity to use content creation to inform, to be insightful, to be you know, intelligent, to be researched, and use it to have that discourse between peers, between followers, and connect it to those in authority who will be listening, that could listen to a narrative and a perspective that is beyond the foolishness. If people who are content creators want to be taken seriously, create content that builds a different country and a different nation.
Yeah.
Contributes and contributes. Part of your civic freedom and duty under that Constitution that the Prime Minister swore by yesterday is to build a nation. Use your platforms.
Yeah, I was supposed to double check that, but I didn't get a chance. Do you know if this was the first time in history that this was done?
Yes, it was actually. Yes,
okay,
it was. Wow. It was the first time. Of all Prime Ministers, this is the first time that a Prime Minister has sworn by the Constitution and by God and not the Holy Text particularly.
Wow. Okay. So again, history is made once again.
We also have to remember we have 2 women serving in the Parliament for the first time as leaders. We have a woman as the head of state. You know, Trinidad and Tobago, we're making, and you know, with every time, during her tenure as Prime Minister, she made a lot of history. First woman to serve as Commonwealth Chair, you know, so many different things outside of Trinidad and Tobago as well. You know, I was reading social media last night and people are saying they feel like there's a breath of fresh air, that the place is now calm, there's no more noise, you know, people have just taken a deep breath, they've exhaled, and they're now await to see what happens. And, you know, everybody's anticipating what the cabinet looks like tomorrow. And I do as well. And I do believe that, you know, this time around, knowing what she went through, listening to her express her 10 years in opposition, I call it political wilderness, a lot of thought a lot of introspection. There's a level, if you listen to her tone, if you looked at the she showed emotion. I think it's the first time we saw her actually cry in the lead up to her taking to the oath, in the lead up to the hymn, the song that was sung, the music that was played. You saw her in the speech. You could have tell that her body language was one that, she was standing there, humbled.
Yes.
Grateful.
Yeah.
Grateful more than anything. Grateful spiritually, grateful personally, grateful nationally.
Yes. You
that,
saw the authenticity in everything she said, even though she was reading, it was a script, but it was, you felt what she was feeling in that moment.
And
yeah, I
that
agree.
it was my opinion that was her script. It was not a script that was written for her. I am of the strong belief that it was written by her. It was her script. She took the time to sit down and pen how she truly felt and what she wanted to tell the nation and to send a very clear message. And message received.
Yeah.
I think it was, very well presented.
Yes.
So much, and again, she did say much is given, much is expected. So, let's see. Tomorrow is another day where we could see the formation. And, I'll say this. No government is perfect. One thing, again, Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar is a human being. And yes, she has to make decisions. Not every decision she makes on who is a minister and who is not a minister is going to be something people agree with. But it is my opinion from a political science perspective, understanding strategy, as understanding public administration, understanding what needs to be done from a governance perspective, give her the opportunity to, and put the confidence in knowing that she's making strategic decisions, and people have already been given the warning. You mess up, you go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to just kind of take it back a little bit and talk about what would building trust for the PNM look like right now? Rebuilding trust.
Building trust. Building trust for the PNM is about going constituency to constituency, party group to party group, sitting down and having workshops in Balize House on where they went wrong, what was the grievances, how they felt, where they were left out, where they felt hurt, where they felt disadvantaged. One of the things that the political parties feel they take advantage, they take for granted the people at the base. They take for granted the people that have always been there. And they are the last people on the list that are given something, whether it is a job, whether it's an opportunity, whether it is a 10 days, whether it is a community contract, where it is shared to work in the community, to do landscaping and all. Little things where they did not get the opportunity. Somebody, son, daughter, grandson, nephew, would have qualified as a teacher and struggled to get a job and had to go and work in KFC. Somebody, child, worked hard and became a doctor and didn't get a job and had to work in a parlor or a grocery. Somebody, child got murdered and that family was never even given a word of comfort or a visit. The little things, the small things that represent connectivity, empathy, love, compassion, loyalty, the things that binds people to their political party are the things that are the first to go out the door. Twiggy talked about it for years. Twiggy has been talking about it. Being a hardcore PNM, she talked about how the neglect of the loyalists, from wherever in the nation. I mean, Mr. Dr. Rowley was utterly bitter as I have, more than I've ever seen him, and flabbergasted about Lebre and Point Fortin switching political allegiances, but failed to ask himself why the people of the stronghold, PNM stronghold, since 1986 of La Brea and Point Fortin, literally had enough underrepresentation, did not get resources, were left behind, loss of opportunity, loss of jobs, stagnation of the economy. It's like these towns that were hubs back in the day became ghost towns. Lack of commercialized commerce went out the door. And it is for Penny Beckles and her 13 members of parliament and whoever is in her executive and whoever is in her Senate to come together as a working group and go out there and meet with them and accept the licks, the cost, the abuse, accept what they get from the people. Take it, swallow it, acknowledge it, apologize, and then start again. That is one of the first things I think is going to rebuild. On top of that, they have to acknowledge, every single one of them have to acknowledge that they were part of a government that wronged the people. Yes, they were binded by collective ministerial responsibility. Yes, they were binded by individual ministerial responsibility. Yes, they were binded by the confidence of cabinet. But they were not, the Balize House didn't prevent them in their general council and in their caucus from acknowledging where they went wrong. And I have to give credit to Faris Al-Rawi for coming out there and acknowledging that they wronged the people, for acknowledging that things were bad, but also for having the class, the decorum to acknowledge the resilience, to acknowledge the win, to acknowledge what a comeback Mrs. Pasabi has made, and congratulate her. To date, Dr. Rowley has not congratulated Mrs. Pasabi Sessa as a former Prime Minister and wished her well. Instead, he sought to convince the population that they still stink and dirty, and they did this, and they that, and the other. For God's sakes, you did us wrong, more than any other Prime Minister, even probably worse than George Chambers, who also fell on the sword of bad communication and disconnect from the population. So, in the lineup of PNM Prime Ministers and leaders, he is second to George Chambers, or may have outnumbered him in being number one. So he needs to also understand that his retirement means to leave us alone, go out into the sunset, and let us go out about our business. That's the first thing. Stuart Young has not addressed the population, has not faced the media, has not acknowledged, in my satisfaction as a political scientist, he has not even had the ability, the decorum to acknowledge that, congratulate Mrs. Pasabi Sessa on her win and wish her well in her tenure as Prime Minister. And others within that former government did not do it, So there's still some level of bitterness and some level of course, Mr. Manning used to say, he used some key words in that, animosity and all of that,
Yeah.
Why did they lose? And why did they lose? They lost because they lost touch with the people. They lost sense of purpose. So that rebuilding is also an acknowledgement that we erred, and we didn't just err a little bit. We erred massively.
Yeah. Do you think, if the PNM does not take these steps to rebuilding trust and reconnecting with the people, do you think that there's still a space for the PNM and CNC, or would this be a kind of the beginning of the end of the People's National Movement, or this party that we've known for so long?
No, you never rule anybody out. Yes, we live in the world of cancel culture.
Yeah.
And you're only cancelled for so long, right? At some point in time, you make a comeback. The comeback of the PNM is also subject to the delivery and governance and communication of the present administration and the present government, right? Constitutional majority allows the government to set a serious legislative constitutional reform agenda as far as the majority would allow them. And as far as the dialogue and communication with the opposition will allow for sweeping changes. I think, so that's also a very huge factor in what will determine their comeback. Their comeback is also determined by their hard work. Listen, I know this, I've heard it before, I've heard it from several politicians. The days in government are short and quick because power, opportunity puts you on a very fast track train, whereas the road in opposition is slow, hard, and long. It is draining and it is tumultuous. But to meander that, one has to have resilience, fortitude, and tenacity, commitment, dedication, and a sense of purpose. And therefore, while it is also subject to what the government does and what work is done, government communication and people-driven and people-centered delivery of service, it is also determined by how they engage with the people and how they engage with those that, so it's as if they're now balancing the scale. The government is on a high, PNM is on a low. How much work they put in the next couple of years to bring it back? Because, one, the election cycle continues. In a couple of months, in about January or so, there'll be a THA election. And then there'll be a local government election. And then right after that will be a general election. So the cycle continues, the work continues. So, we'll see. It's unfortunate that Mr. Dennis refuses to accept the defeat in Tobago and resign. He cannot behave as if he was not part of a Rowley-led executive of the PNM. He cannot behave as if he was not an organism of the Rowley-led PNM. And he should resign, and if not, Mrs. Beckles-Robinson should fire him. Because he did not stabilize the PNM in Tobago. He did not do anything to build public trust and confidence in Tobago as the leader of the Tobago Council. He did not break ground and close a gap with the Tobago Council. So, and he directly contributed to the collapse. So he could go too.
So, on the leadership of the PNM now as opposition, so, do you think that shift in leadership style, I think, because now with, as we see, Penelope Beckles-Robinson as the new opposition leader, you would have called servant leadership, and I was trying to understand, exactly what that meant in a sense. So, do you think that is necessary for their survival? Just changing the style of leadership, and I think it would naturally happen now that there's a new leader.
Listen, servant leadership is one of the most critical aspects of leadership. Where we have, and I want to get it for you, so that the country can understand what I mean. Servant leadership is about servitude. It's about service to people. And it is about prioritizing. So just to give everybody a quick overview of what about it is. It provides an opportunity for people to transform organizations, to connect to people, to empower, to provide empowerment for colleagues, empower those who have potential to grow, and to allow them the opportunity to be guided by your direction as a servant leader, but allow them to evolve and to develop their skills. That's empowerment, to give them growth. It is also about building bridges, networking. It's about fostering strong relationships. It's about ensuring that there are positive outcomes regardless of the adversity that is faced. So servant leadership is also looking ahead. understanding the now, looking at the resources, looking at the manpower, recognizing talents, recognizing skill sets, recognizing strengths and weaknesses in others, honing in on those and allowing it to blossom and empowering them to develop. And then utilizing that to create, to collaborate as a whole in order to build relationships, provide growth, and to ensure that to progress and for success overall.
Yeah.
And for the greater good of the whole, not just one grouping.
Yeah. So, well, before we wrap up this morning, that'll be soon. I want to just mention and get your opinion on the new AG in this government. So, but I want to ask before we talk about him being chosen as AG, John Jeremy. I want to ask your opinion on these high-profile crossovers. So he would have been AG for PNM prior. Do you think that initially this would have reflected a deeper instability within traditional party structures? Just the crossovers.
Well, we have to take into consideration something, right? Mr. Manning, Mr. Manning represented a style of politics that dissipated very quickly upon the loss of the 2010 election. And obviously we saw that Mr. Manning got ill. He was critically ill. And then we saw Mr. Manning fight that illness and return to Parliament. Even though he was incapacitated, he still served his term. But Mr. Manning was treated very badly. Mr. Manning was scorned, a man scorned. It seems as though it's a trait of Dr. Rowley, because in the same way that Mr. Manning was scorned, put on the end of the bench of the opposition, he did practically the very same thing. Dr. Rowley did the very same thing Mrs. Prasad Dissessa, right? The only thing is that she was opposite him, sitting in the Parliament, so he was she was in direct line for all of the vitriol, all of the links. And there's a time and a place for that to I mean, I go with this, right? You can punish. There's a difference, and there's a period where you could punish someone for doing wrong. But one could only go so far, and for punishment only lasts for so long until it becomes torture. And sometimes we also have to know when to stop. And I think after 3 years, maybe in opposition, was enough to stop beating down on the lady. Allow her to breathe now, and let us try to work together for good governance. But he didn't do that. He continued to beat and beat and pound and pound and pound, and it just, that was the only ammunition. Is as if the failures and the continuous, the failures, and I'm sorry, there were a lot of wins. This country received a lot of wins under the Prasad Dissessa administration of 2010 to 15. I'll be one of the first persons to admit that as well. There were losses, but there were a lot more wins, right? Hospital, police, you name it. People got services, delivery, social sector, gate, education. You can't blame, there's some things you just can't deny. But it seems as though the things, the errors, the human flaws, the things that sometimes were not in control, in the direct control of the Prime Minister, became the Prime Minister's because she's head of government. And as she rightfully said yesterday, you do, in other words, you do nonsense, you screw up, I'm not taking the fall for you, you take the fall for yourself. So she's learned from that, right? She take that beating. But it seems as though the same thing happened with Mr. Manning. The bad treatment, the vitriol, the chastising the man, the putting him to sit at the end of the bench, literally separating as if he was not somebody a couple of days before. It's the same, it's a different style. you know, is that, and therefore there were people who believe, who continue to be. Mrs. Nunes Teixeira Karen is one of them. She is a strong supporter of Mr. Manning. And there are others who were and are and will remain an institution, part of the institution of the PLM, who will and who believe that Mr. Manning represented a whole new dynamic and a respectable era of politics that Dr. Rowley does not represent. And therefore, they don't feel that they belong anymore. And they can no longer align themselves to the philosophies of this PLM. And that's another thing that is a task for Mrs. Beckers Robinson. She has to restore the principles of the People's National Movement and undo and rewind every single thing that Dr. Rowley would have changed in an attempt to modernize the party. One could modernize a party and not lose its core values and principles, you know. I mean, so that is what Mr. Jeremy represents. And Mr. Jeremy, he said it, I had enough. I can't take it no more. I see what this PNM has turned into. And I can't align myself with that. That's not something that is alien to the political arena. And therefore, we have to take it. How does a man, people will say, but he was a PLM, yes, there are plenty of people with PLM, you know. Plenty of people with PLM. Mr. Robinson, Anna Robinson was a PLM, you know. Carl Hudson Phillip was a PLM, you know. There are people in Tobago, in the TPP who are secretaries, was PLM. I don't mean that because it was PLM, they can't subscribe no more to that philosophy. They can't subscribe no more to the ideology. I mean, they can't be PLM till they're dead. And therefore, one thing, when one wants to be part of national service, one wants to be part of national development, one wants to be part of the political discourse, you have to do introspection and really start thinking, soul searching to figure out where you want to go. I don't believe that Mr. Jeremy, look how long Mr. Jeremy has been out of politics. Look how long he served. A good bit of years since he served as Attorney General and in active politics. Actually, he left politics and went back in academia. The man he was served as a dean of faculty of law, as a senior lecturer of law. That says something, right? And therefore, it took a lot of introspection for him and others to decide, you know what? Let me have a conversation with Kamala. Let's go there and let's see what we can do. And it is in her wisdom and her relationship and her cordial relations with them. To say, you know what? I need some people who can know how to fix this thing with my vision. If we align and we agree, then why not?
So do you think his appointment as Attorney General will be a promising one?
Well, listening to him yesterday, he was very concise. He was very much, cautious with his words. He wanted to, and he has a different demeanor. He wanted to give himself as well the opportunity to sit with the Prime Minister and decide on the way forward legislatively what the agenda would be, what the policies would be, as well as, I guess, Ghana would sit with her to also ensure that the right people fit into these right spaces to execute the job effectively as ministers. So at this stage, I would say I would look forward to seeing what the first 100 days in government looks like and what the first 100 days in office looks like. And I will say the first 100 days doesn't start, in my opinion, until that cabinet, full cabinet, I should say, because the cabinet does exist with the swearing in of the Prime Minister and the Attorney General. But when the full dispensation of ministers revealed tomorrow, that's when the 100 days starts, in my opinion. And we give them 100 days from the 4th of May to see how they start unraveling. We have to take into consideration, because we don't know, that there may be persons that become ministers for the very first time, and they have to also be given a level of training. I would like to see, and this would be my advice to the government, to do some training with them, with ministers in public administration, their roles in the dichotomy of public administration, so they don't breach that dichotomy, which is very critical, and their role in executing government policy and the agenda setting, ensuring that they don't overstep their remit legally and constitutionally and ethically as well.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Shane, we do have to wrap up there, but thank you so much once again for joining me on the program this morning for this discussion.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Yeah, so enjoy the rest of your day, stay safe, and
you too, have a good weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so
take care.
That was Dr. Shane Mohammed. That was a lovely conversation on, talking about dissecting the PNM's defeat a little bit. So I'm going to put up a video now of the swearing in of Mrs. Prasad Bisesa yesterday. This is what we were talking about, where she swore on the Constitution rather than a holy book. So have a look at the video.
I, Kamala Prasad Bisesa, swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, and will uphold the Constitution, this Constitution, and the law. And I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability, discharge my duties as Prime Minister, and to do right to all manner of people, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. I do swear by this Constitution.
So that was Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, or rather the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, at the swearing in of her position as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. You can see just on her face, everything, her emotion. She looked extremely happy, proud. It was a very proud moment. As Dr. Shane Mohammed said, she once again made history, swearing on the Constitution, as no other Prime Minister has ever done that in our history of the country. So that was a proud moment. We're going to keep a close eye on tomorrow, the swearing in of cabinets, and we'll see how that goes and who she chooses to make up the government, the next government of Trinidad and Tobago. So it is Friday. The show has come to an end. I will leave you with this quote: "Happiness is not something ready-made. It comes from your own actions." And that is a quote from Dalai Lama. So we can just sit and think about that as we start our day, and yeah, just be kind today. Be genuine, and allow yourself to be happy. It is possible. So stay safe. Thank you for joining me on the program this morning. Stay inspired and stay informed. We will see you back again here Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
WESN.
I am Dr. Delphina Ovid, your friendly neighborhood dentist. At Community Hospital Dental Clinic, we offer examinations which include x-rays, basic oral cancer screening, and a treatment plan. We also offer cleanings, fillings, extractions, root canal treatment, and complete and partial dentures. Remember, you don't have to brush and floss all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Come celebrate 15 years of Caribbean literature. It's a homecoming with stories, debates, open mics, music, workshops, films, and exciting youth and children's festivals at the 2025 Bocas Lit Fest. 50 events, over 100 writers, speakers, and performers. Check the program at bocaslitfest.com. That's bocaslitfest.com. See you at the National Library in Port of Spain from Thursday 1st to Sunday 4th May, or tune in online on YouTube.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No.
Let's go to the last part.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, Contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Come celebrate 15 years of Caribbean literature. It's a homecoming with stories, debates, open mics, music, workshops, films, and exciting youth and children's festivals at the 2025 Bocas Lit Fest. 50 events, over 100 writers, speakers, and performers. Check the program at bocaslitfest.com. That's bocaslitfest.com. See you at the National Library in Port of Spain from Thursday 1st to Sunday 4th May, or tune in online on YouTube. WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Rowley resigns as PNM leader, blames himself for election loss. Brian Manning calls for an end to one-man, one-vote system in PNM. Lawyers warn family court system is nearing collapse. And internationally, deportees rebuild lives through call center jobs in Mexico. Now for the details. Dr. Keith Rowley has officially stepped down as political leader of the PNM, a role he held since 2010. At the party's General Council on April 30th, Rowley submitted his resignation, completing his withdrawal from politics following his resignation as Prime Minister in March. Speaking to the media, he took full responsibility for the party's general election loss, saying, "I was the leader at the time, so I lose it." Rowley praised outgoing Prime Minister Stuart Young's campaign efforts and urged him to stay calm as he leads the party and the country forward. He warned against reversing the party's transformation toward youth leadership and dismissed racial narratives around Young's appointment, affirming that the PNM remains a rallying force for all. Rowley also revoked the appointments of deputy leaders Dr. Nyan Gatsby-Dolly and Colum Imbert as one of his final acts in office. San Fernando East MP Brian Manning is pushing for a return to the PNM's traditional delegate system, arguing the one-man, one-vote model introduced under Rowley has weakened the party. Speaking outside Balize House ahead of a General Council meeting, Manning said the delegate system better empowered active members and gave the PNM a historic edge. He described the current model as destructive and insisted party rebuilding must include structural reform. Manning also paid tribute to former Prime Minister Stuart Young, calling him capable and committed, and said the party must now listen to voters, reflect and improve how it serves the nation. The Assembly of Southern Lawyers has sounded the alarm on severe dysfunction in the family court system. In a letter to Chief Justice Ivor Archie, ASL President Cyril Lacan highlighted extreme delays, poor docket management, and a lack of accountability among family court masters. Cases such as uncontested divorces and urgent domestic violence matters are reportedly being delayed by months and even over a year, with some interim protection orders scheduled far past the legal 21-day limit. The ASL is calling for an independent investigation, stricter performance standards, a formal docketing policy, and stakeholder consultations. Lacan warned that the court's failings are inflicting emotional harm on litigants and damaging public trust in the justice system. Internationally deported from the U.S., many Mexican nationals are starting over through employment at call centers in Tijuana. One such center, Easy Call, employs deportees like Alberto Salagan, who turned his life around after gang involvement. The company's owner, also a deportee, says the jobs offer stability and purpose. Larger firms like ASC also provide work without judging past mistakes. With deportations still ongoing under President Trump's administration, these jobs are seen as vital lifelines for many returnees. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
A lot to get through today, and we have a packed discussion soon to come. So, no long-winded introduction from yours truly. Let's go to today's Daily Review. And of course, it is now official. Kamala Persad-Bissessar is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. She has been sworn in, and as has the Attorney General. So technically, the cabinet is formed, though the rest of the cabinet has not been sworn in yet. However, the Prime Minister did take the opportunity, in my mind, to basically conduct a leadership function exercise, one that I appreciate as an exercise in good communication. Essentially, the Prime Minister took the opportunity to reinforce her message of a Prime Minister for all. Two main things stand out. She did not take the oath holding any holy book, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, or what have you, but rather with a copy of the Constitution. A move like that, someone like myself appreciates deeply, because I am a big proponent of freedom of religion. Freedom of religion is a freedom that thus allows all of us to practice whichever religion we so personally choose without any sort of fear of persecution or stigmatization. And to single any one religion out in such a moment as the swearing in of a Prime Minister, I wouldn't necessarily agree with. But then there was another part to her ceremony in her speech that she has continued a theme that she started on the campaign trail, which to some extent when she was campaigning, it didn't necessarily have the same depth of meaning or the gravitas as it does as she's being sworn in. And she's looking out at the audience, which includes many of her parliamentarian colleagues, those who have been voted in, and of course, undoubtedly, there will be several who she would be considering to appoint as senators, in part to make up the cabinet. But she decided to continue with a message of warning the rest of her future cabinet members who are potentially either in the room or would have at the very least listened to what she had to say on one of the many broadcasts of the moment, or read what she had to say in the news reports the following morning. If you treat citizens with callousness, contempt, or corruption, I guarantee you retribution will be swift and brutal. Never mistake my appearance or kindness for weakness. There is nothing more dangerous than a mother who believes her children are in danger. Everyone will be wise to remember for the next 5 years. Now, some cynics might not necessarily want to believe what she says. And to some extent, while I understand the human nature of it all, I will approach this exactly the same way how I approached the previous government. I am willing to believe you until you prove otherwise. And if you never prove otherwise, great. I don't want you to prove otherwise. I don't have an expectation of the Prime Minister to contradict herself on this. That was my approach with the previous administration. And unfortunately, within the last 2 to 3 years, more often than not, the goodwill was used up. The benefit of the doubt was expended. The capital that they generated with the good things they did was spent and sent into the red by the bad things that they did. And I was left in a position where it was difficult to believe the previous administration once we got to the end of their tenure. This is the beginning. And as much as there might be things with regards to the partnership of what did or did not happen, don't forget part of the rumors, the speculation, the scuttlebutt was that the partnership, there was a cabal, and cabal was controlling Kamala. And if that's to some extent true, and there's probably some truth to it, whose cliques had what power or authority or informal influence or what have you, it means that to some extent, was it all on Kamala Persad-Bissessar the last time? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if we'll ever know. But at the end of the day, she was willing to fire ministers. And maybe it was because she was too caught up in trying to play the politics and not necessarily selecting the best person for the job. Now, potentially, given the fact that it's not as though she has a 30-year career in politics ahead of her, this job, especially this time in TNT's history, is going to be very tiring, regardless of your age. In fact, I look at some of the members of the previous administration and wonder how they still have the energy to keep going, which makes me wonder, did they really work hard? Or maybe that's why, at times, that administration seemed irresponsible. But let's just hope for the best, and then we'll see to what extent all of the holes that our society has dug for itself will this administration potentially be able to lead us out of. I won't say dig us out of, I say lead us out of, because again, we still have to do our part. If this administration falls short, let them fall short, but not because we didn't do our part. And this messaging, I think, it's a first step. It's not the be-all and end-all. It's not going to solve everything. It's not the best thing since sliced bread, but it's a good first step because it sets a tone. And to some extent, it's a message not just to the potential cabinet members, but also to the population to say, I'm taking this seriously. The PNM did that multiple times. More often than not, though, the eventual resolution of whatever that situation was left wanting. So we have to wait and see. But I appreciate this first step. And I think, and I hope, that the cabinet appointments will not be stuck with the politics, with the demands of the political connections, and who deserves what and who thinks they should get what. We'll get to the current AG pick just now, but that might be a sign that she's potentially thinking a little bit outside the box and not looking to people who have personal agendas for long political careers in high office, but rather who might just be willing to do the work. Now, One other thing to point out, and this kind of, in a way, supports the Prime Minister's position. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The opposition leader, or the selected candidate for opposition leader by the opposition party, the PNM, because I don't think it's official yet. You know, you have to start Parliament and the President, and they have to go through the whole formal process. She has made the comments that it seems as though people perceive the PNM as being uncaring. And of course, the callousness, the arrogance, a lot of people started to feel that within the last couple of years, especially some even that didn't like how COVID was happening even then. And even before that, to be honest, with how the suffering economy was being managed pre-COVID, because the economy was in a bad state. And I think this is a similar sentiment that the PNM, again, as it was said, needs to take their bitter medicine and understand where they went wrong if they want to improve themselves quickly. If they want to keep doing whatever it is they're doing, and to some extent all cynics will fear that all political parties will more or less always default to certain behaviors, well, that would be the height of foolishness given the most recent electoral results. And the fact that while, yes, they did beat the UNC twice in a row, that was then. More importantly, within the last 3 to 4 years, every election has been at best neutral or at worst a crushing defeat. There's been no real wins there. This might just be the legacy of a 10-year term, 15 years of leadership, 10 years as Prime Minister of Dr. Keith Rowley. Does the PNM want to continue and compound that legacy, or does it want to show its resilience? Because at the end of the day, while I appreciate the UNC slogan, when UNC wins, everybody wins, the reality is when the government wins, everybody wins. But the government is not just the majority, it's also the minority. Something that I said before when the positions were reversed. And if we want the government to be the best it could possibly be, we don't just need a strong majority side, we also need a strong minority side. Now, the question remains, will at least one, if not both, decide to up their game? I don't know. Meanwhile, let's go straight into the pick for AG. Former PNM AG, John Jeremy. He is now the AG for a UNC cabinet. And if you look at the picture, that was how Mr. Jeremy was on the campaign trail, not wearing yellow, not wearing the blue UNC polo or t-shirt, but wearing just a neutral dress shirt. Some people might believe, and on the surface, it's reasonable to think, well, he's just doing it for a cabinet appointment so he could get back into office. But to some extent, we have to remember, well, at the very least, maybe it's smart PR, smart optics, or maybe we should take things at face value and give them the benefit of the doubt, like I said before, until they prove otherwise. Right now, there's two things that was highlighted in the news reports during his swearing-in ceremony. One is, and this was a big question, the legal fees, the justification that the previous PNM Attorney General had, the substantial one, not the interim one for the last 5 weeks. Reginald Moore said, well, I can't give you the legal fees because that might cause those attorneys to be targeted. Well, I hate to beat a dead horse, but crime was, to some extent, a you problem because you were the government. So if you have a you problem, you can't then use a you problem to say it's our problem. Because transparency and accountability demands certain information, whether you like it or not. And again, Reginald Moore seemingly was the attorney for his client, the cabinet, the PNM cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, not the AG of Trinidad and Tobago. Will John Jeremy now be the AG of Trinidad and Tobago? Well, we have to wait and see. But he pointed out that, and he also pointed out the fact that legislation to support the Ministry of National Security is also part of his agenda, something which I found very interesting that, for the most part, neither Reginald Moore nor his predecessor, Faris Hawari, they didn't really have much to say about that. Meanwhile, there were people on this desk that pointed out crime legislation needed improvement, updating. Some needed to be created outright. Some issues and loopholes needed to be closed or clarified, but none of that really happened. Now, one of the things that I will not just change my opinion on is the failed crime talks between the two parties. Legislative agenda back then required that. I don't know, the UNC, however, in this case doesn't need the PNM, but looking at past behavior where the UNC also, in my opinion, did not compromise enough to get those crime talks off the ground. They didn't do their part just as much as the PNM didn't do theirs. At least in the public eye. Maybe behind the scenes, both parties did more, I don't know. But the point is, to some extent, we might never know how that specific scenario might work out when the shoe's on the other foot, because the UNC has a much larger majority, and with the TPP, a significantly much larger majority than the PNM. And they might be able to get an agenda for updated crime legislation on their own, which to some extent now, it's not their fault that the PNM might end up having no role with fixing the problem. And it is what it is. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll welcome the panel. We're going to continue the conversation, still unpacking what everything means within the last week, and we have more perspectives to speak to. Stay tuned. This is Talking About the WSN. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Come celebrate 15 years of Caribbean literature. It's a homecoming with stories, debates, open mics, music, workshops, films, and exciting youth and children's festivals at the 2025 Bocas Lit Fest. 50 events, over 100 writers, speakers, and performers. Check the program at bocaslitfest.com. That's bocaslitfest.com. See you at the National Library in Port of Spain from Thursday 1st to Sunday 4th May. Or tune in online on YouTube.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
This is 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region.
Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really
respond to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I would ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say,
services.
we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So here we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh. Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
As always, we appreciate you starting your day with us. Let's get into this morning's first conversation.
Is the country's healthcare system more at risk more than ever?
Why it has remained unaddressed for so long.
Political parties get lots of cash, big cash from financiers, and then when they get that now, you can't account for it.
But it's really the specialist nurses who we are in a greater shortfall for.
We can tap into the resources and have them, at least form some mentorship programs.
Highlight our food systems, and which will attract persons from all over the world to come and experience something that actually supports the local economy.
We're lucky that we have a vibrant legal system that allows change to take place, and it's not that matters are just swept under the carpet and discrimination is allowed to be perpetrated. A lot of people don't know that there were attempts to ban the carnival, suppress the carnival.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm not to do with that. And I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar don't
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
let's go to the last part.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378, or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
I'm back here and talk about the WSND Content Capital, and we're going to continue the conversations because at the end of the day, to some extent, I would argue the results were not what we expected. And even the current part of the process where we find ourselves in with the appointments of AG and potentially the appointment of a cabinet, it's already started off in a way that I would assume not a lot of people would have expected. So we're going to roll the clock back a little bit and start from the results from Monday and to continue the conversation. Of course, we have with me our arts and culture commentator, as well as a youth commentator at times, you know, Mr. Mark Anthony Peter. And of course, he was on our election panel on Monday night, but there's still more to hear from disaster management expert Ashraf Ali. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me once again to continue the discussion.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Sean.
It's been a while.
It's been a while for you, right? Now, you made a comment the morning after, and that's where I said I wanted to start. You thought the result was typical. You're not the only person that told me that, right? And to be fair to Dr. Mohammed, some of the seats that went over that surprised me. He was even saying, well, I heard some things in San Fernando, right? and it ended up happening. But still, it's what, 26? I don't think anybody would have predicted 26 because that 26 doesn't include Tobago. If you said the PNM were going to lose 5 seats, you would have said 2 from Tobago and 3 to the UNC. No. They lost, what, 6 went to the UNC. 26. So it's like, it's 7. 7, I think, right? There was 19. So 7 went wholesale to the UNC. And then, so the PNM lost 9 seats. It's a ridiculous position in a way to be in when everything seemed on the surface so even. So I want to know what made it seem to you not be even.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's just how things just sort of happened and the lead up to it. So on this very same show, we've spoken about issues for the past few years, certain issues with regards to the former government, etc. And one, based on how callers, the citizens, have responded to certain issues, I made a special note of it, whether it be rising crime, whether it be that whole thing with the auditor. I remember that was a really big thing.
Yes, still is.
It still is. There's no accountability for that money yet, as far as I'm aware, right? And it's a lot of money. And just how the shift in power took place in the PNM. So Dr. Rowley stepped down. A new prime minister was selected, not necessarily elected by the party, and elections were called shortly after.
Yes.
I found it a little bit strange. I found it a little bit questionable. I'm like, what is happening? But with all of those things that happened, something within myself told me there is going to be a shift happen, and I don't think PNM is going to win this election. Now, after the election results were called, went on to social media, spoke to people, a lot of people were surprised. And I'm like, how? Because if you're watching very carefully, there have been a lot of complaints. Now, first of all, we have a history of flip-flopping anyway. We have a history of party shifts happening either way, right? Whether it's they stay for 1 term or they stay for 2 terms, that's just part of our history. But just based off of, again, all of the issues that I laid out and just how that shift in power happened within the PNM, that told me, it seems like the ground is shifting a little, the sand is shifting a little bit, and I think the UNC is going to, or somebody else may have won. Well, so I was not surprised.
But it leads to the next point, because Ashraf, you mentioned it even before the fact that, look, people, TNT, they don't necessarily meaningfully complain. They might complain in rum shops, they might complain on social media, they might complain in the sanctity of their own home, they might complain to their friends, they might complain to their co-workers. But think about this. We had crime marches after the Andrea Barrett murder, right? And we haven't had crime marches since then. And even that situation was preemptively stopped because of COVID. So think about it. We are in 2025. We have a crime situation that people find unacceptable. But publicly, we haven't really spoken out about it in a significant way since 2021. So to some extent, part of what I was looking at, I understand where you're coming from because I speak about these issues every day. But I'm looking at a country that's not really saying anything, right? The callers might say things to me, but that might be in customer service. The people most upset or most willing to complain are not necessarily the majority. So it seemed like the majority was just silently consenting to the nonsense, you know, and that kind of, maybe we all, the analysts and the talking heads all took it for granted. It's similar to the American election. Oh, it's going to be close, oh, it's going to be close. And then all of a sudden, everything that was swing or marginal just went, whoosh, nope, not necessarily by a wide margin. So could that have been the thing? Like there's something about our culture where we don't really know how to engage, but I guess in this case, people decided, hey, but at least in the election, we're gonna take it seriously and vote a certain way.
Well, I would say that I was absolutely shocked. Because even before we came on the panel, a couple of weeks before, I was indicating that based on everything that I'm hearing, seeing and observing what is happening, and like I said, I listened to some of the commentary on the platform and some of the videos, some of the information circling on social media, because information was there a lot, right? I didn't listen to some of the negative narratives, but the reason why I listened to the narratives as well as I would go through the comments. The comments give you a perspective as to how person's thinking. I mean, you have the hard and fast, the hardcores on both sides who, no matter what you say, they will stick with the guns. But you give an understanding. I did not expect it to be so glaring. I expected a close, something very close, right? But the final results was actually glaring. So it's indicated that whether or not we believe we want to accept it or not, the voices of the individuals, whether they didn't want to protest, they protested via your civil rights. So you went there and you made a decision there where it would have counted.
Because, quick follow-up, do you think that the government themselves also kind of took it for granted? Oh, well, you know, we could raise the price of grass and they didn't riot yet. Like, literally, that is a quote, right? And they kind of took that sentiment for granted all the way down to the end.
I mean, at some point in time, we keep telling persons of, and I want to make use this analogy. Domestic violence, persons who are in domestic violence, at some point in time, they have to make the hard decision of what? Changing. You can't continue in that cycle and expect a different results. I think when you listen to a lot of persons on both sides are saying now, and I'm listening to persons who are hardcore UNC making excuses why things change and they should have done this and should have done that. And I'm simply saying, I'm sorry, PNM, who's saying that we should have done this and we should have done that. You should have done that when the decision was made initially.
And some of them were obvious to everybody else.
Everybody was saying, persons were saying that within the bowels of the PNM, things were happening. But because of the PNM was such about the structure of the PNM that there's no outright dissidents, persons will come out and formally oppose the leadership. I think that caused the problem now because they allow the decision making that many was not in favor of. This is the end results. But holistically, I would like Trinidad and Tobago to understand this now. This is an example for any political party who is in government, who's taking government now. Not because you may be liked in the beginning. you may not, at the end of your tenure, you have to understand that people will be looking at you at the same time. So don't feel because you get voted into the government, you are there and everybody will take everything you throw at you. At some point in time, the change is going to, they change. And as Mark indicated, we have history on our side that our votes shift.
Well, and the thing is, one of the obvious things was the salaries, the SRC recommendations. The unions were lambasting the government for it, and I said, listen, and I'm not a union guy, I'm not pro-unions, not because I'm not pro-labor, but because I don't necessarily like how all the unions operate. But I couldn't fault them this time, right? The government gave them an easy stick to beat themselves with. They put the stick in the union's hands. The unions didn't have to pull anything from thin air. And I feel that's something that a lot of voters, no matter how educated, uneducated, whatever the social, economic, demographic, geographic class they're in, that's a universal thing. Everybody can understand. It's so simple and it's so egregious. And it leads me to some extent to the next question, because of course we were talking youth and politics here and talking about, we had multiple episodes, about 4 different episodes, 2 different panels, you know, you all were the second episode on the topic. Did young people come out and participate? Because that's something that at first we were thinking that it was happening, but given the fact that the voting numbers, at least for the PNM, dropped heavily, you know, I'm not sure if it was young voters, new voters, or if it was people who didn't necessarily vote for the UNC that came out to the woodwork to vote for the UNC. So was there that shift, or did young people listen to Michaela Pandey more? And that's where, you know, the numbers went for the young?
So I think all of those options, all of those scenarios that you listed can be true at the same time. So according to I think this is the statistic from the EBC, 54% of eligible voters turned out to vote, which means that a lot of people stayed home.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, a lot of people that voted for the PNM last time stayed home, but more people showed up for the UNC.
Right. So,
right? Like
yes.
Statistically.
Yeah, because there were a lot of, as you mentioned, the marginals constituencies, districts. I do think there was a lot of youth engagement in terms of, there were a lot of youth conversations that I saw happening on social media. There were a few conversations happening, when I say on the ground, amongst myself and other people, both my age and younger. And then, obviously after the election, you know, everybody, we could all see who voted based on, you know, the
right? Yes.
So you could.
So how many young people did you see with that with ink?
A lot, quite a lot actually.
Okay.
But then they were the same people who were surprised at the election.
Really?
Yes. Well, many of them. So it's a little bit strange.
Do you know who they voted for? You don't have to say.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask. On the point of Michaela Pandey, though, I believe that she is being watched very closely, especially by the millennial generation. Because after the election, on social media, I saw a lot of people congratulating her. I saw a lot of people saying, you know, she got a lot of votes for a first-time party, for the first time. Running the election.
Not as much as the COP's first time, but more than most.
And there are a lot of people engaged in discussions about her. So I saw it mainly from people that are my age and slightly older. So that's why I said mainly from the millennial generation.
Right.
So
the millennials are old now. This is crazy.
They're making me feel bad. Mark boy.
I'm sorry. But no, so for the next 5 years, we are going to see what she does. Because I think a lot of us were I would say personally, a lot of us were really, because the complaint has always been from us. Our concern has always been we don't have many choices.
Yes.
And when it's just a binary choice, we'd rather opt out than vote for either the demon or the devil, regardless of who you think either is, right? So the fact that there was there were other parties as well, right? I believe it's 17 in total, which is a lot.
Well, some were like one candidate,
right?
Or
but she also had representatives in every single district,
she even went to Tobago,
right? So the fact that I think it's the fact that, we do get, even if it's not who we might want, the fact that there is another option and there are other options coming up, I think that is also what drew a lot of young people out to vote as well. But again, I think a lot of people did stay home, right? So I think that contributed to, and as well, another thing that I should have mentioned, I think a lot of citizens lost trust in the former government.
Yeah.
So one thing that did surprise me was the flip in the St. Augustine, Tunapuna area, which was Esmond Ford.
Ironically, that, in hindsight, to me seems less surprising than others, and I'll tell you why. And I said it yesterday. Tunapuna, as you know, they have their own community police council that works with police. They have their own eagle eye camera system that's funded by private business. So to me, it tells me that the citizens in Tunapuna, the business community in Tunapuna, they're looking at crime more seriously than many other constituencies, many other communities.
Because Tunapuna, that Tunapuna St. Augustine area, the crime has risen within the last 10 years.
And when you have what might be currently the best singular political candidate with regards to crime issues being the other guy, but also I was told, because I have friends living in Tunapuna, Esmond Ford wasn't really on the ground in Tunapuna. Roger Alexander was.
Okay.
Right, and he had a very...
But that's the thing Esmond used to do. He used to go door to door. He used to go you used to see it. And in time around election time, Tunapuna had rail traffic. Because Esmond is walking from door to door, from house to house, talking to people.
So it may be that they get too comfortable.
Yeah.
They believe that it's a done deal. Nobody else can come and take what I have put in place. And that is what I'm saying. It's about time that both MPs and a political party understands that you are here to serve. You have been given an opportunity to serve based on what you put yourself on the ground to do. And I agree. And before I go any further, I just want to say congratulations to Ms. Kamal Prasad Bisesa. She is now, how you should say, the second female Prime Minister.
Well, the only one with 2 terms.
Well, so she came again.
She's not really the second.
No, but from the perspective of us female, this is the second time a female is, but she has, but just 2 terms.
But basically, if there's the second female Prime Minister, at least at first, will not be on her level because she's the first one with 2 terms now. And she's the first one to be re-elected.
So she made history again.
After losing office, to some extent, she will have that interesting, because now, at least in states or in parts of the world, various minor stats, different ways to spin it.
And in the same breath, congratulations to the first female opposition leader.
Yeah.
Right. The PNM has gone in a direction that I have been saying for the longest while.
Yes, we've spoken about this
whether or not they were ready for a female leader, and how a female leader would fare within the bubbles of the PNM.
Well,
no. I am saying in the Parliament, there are certain type of narratives that need to be. They expect a certain type of behavior now because we have 2 females at both ends. I hope that the decorum is a little better than before. That is all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying with that. And because like Mark is indicating, the younger generation is looking onwards as to how these. So it is nice to bring them up on the screen and say history has been made by these individuals, but history will also be made by the manner in which they conduct themselves. So it's not about just being there, it's about your behavior and your attitude. And I'm saying, and Ms. Kamal Prasad Bisesa weathered a serious storm. From a political perspective, there was calls from a lot of quarters for her to go. Step aside. She stood there, she stood her ground, she stand strong. She's now the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago again, and the leader of the UNC. Right? It says a lot about her, and whether who do like her or not, at the end of the day, it speaks about a strong individual. She is strong-minded and she's strong-willed. Right? And that is an example I think a lot of young people could look at from the perspective of determination And when negativities when you have serious challenges, you have to rise above those challenges.
Well, it leads me to the next point, and it's actually interesting that there's a parallel between Dr. Rowley's administration and the previous partnership administration in Kamala. Because I would argue that with Dr. Rowley's administration, you know, one of the things with a lot of politicians now is legacy, so they look at legacy projects, right? With Basil Pandey, it was the airport. With Patrick Manning, it was the waterfront. It was, to some extent, I guess, the Cougar Children's Hospital, which wasn't technically fully a children's hospital. And with Dr. Rowley, it's the new airport in Tobago, among other things. But the other thing I find about legacy is rather how are you perceived by people when you leave office. So, of course, to some extent, people lighten up on Mr. Pandey. To some extent, people lighten up on Mr. Manning based on where he was when he was voted out of office. But there are still things that people will still question, like the community leaders and his choices of cabinet ministers and his agenda and the church and Guapo and all of that bacchanal, right? But to some extent, he still looked overall, you know, a bit positively overall. Maybe towards the end, though, things went wrong. With Dr. Keith Rowley, I would argue things kind of went wrong at the end, and I'm even wondering if his legacy is tarnished. Meanwhile, it seems as though Kamala has been able to, because her legacy was how the partnership ended, but now she has a second chance to kind of change what her overall legacy of Prime Minister is. And especially since, and I said it before you all came on, there was the talk about the cabal, but now it seems as though she's like, I'm not going to let nobody influence me or control me. I'm going to move forward. So with all that said, this election, she got a similar result when she was voted in with the partnership. But now perhaps it's mainly UNC and the TPP in Tobago, and they got more votes than the PNM did when the PNM won last election. They got more votes. So does this seem like there's a very clear mandate? We support you. Do what you do, but the flip side to that is there any risk that the UNC might make the same mistake of the PNM and start to get complacent? Or, since it's very fresh, at least within this term, they might realize, let's not do that. Because the people, they were very, very clear that they did not want that. And her choice of AG maybe is to indicate, I'm not making those mistakes. Mark, start with you.
Well, I mean, with leadership and with power and positions of authority, you always have that risk of being complacent, depending on what your core values are and what your vision is, not just as an organization or a political party, but as a leader as well. So there's always that risk that can exist. Now, many of us are not going to forget those of us who had concerns in the past about her. We're not going to forget about those concerns. So we will also be watching her very closely. And as you know, as he rightfully said, you know, it's not just, okay, you're in power. So now how are you going to behave? How are you going to act? How are you going to make it better for the entire country? How are you going to use your power responsibly? How are you going to govern and manage this country responsibly? So those are things that we are, well, those are things that I am going to take into consideration, and those are things that I am going to look forward, be looking for, because I will say the way everything happened, this might sound a little bit strange, but it's too, if it was a book, it would be written, you would think this sort of thing was written as a book, because
as a film,
or something like that, because
just sentence.
Yeah, I mean, there's a as you mentioned, perception. It seems like there's some sort of redemption for her, for those of us who had our concerns. You know, Dr. Rowley stepped down. He appointed somebody. He then what's his name? Oh my gosh.
Mr. Young?
Yes, wow. Yes, Minister Young.
I mean, the man Mr. Young, because technically he's not minister.
Right.
But the man, no, get kicked out of office and you forget him already.
No, I had a little bit of a brain lapse there. But yes.
Senior moment?
It's
like, if he's having a senior moment, you're going to feel worse, huh? Yeah. Just careful, huh?
But then he made, I remember there was a comment he made that was so hilarious. He said that his government was the least scandalized or least corrupted or something like that, had the least issues. I'm like, it's only been in existence for 3 weeks.
He could have gotten away with that maybe 3 years ago, but like now, that's kind of rough.
Right, so he said that, and I'm like, but your government only in existence for like 3 weeks. Relax yourself, you now get the... yeah. So it's like... You know, and well, you know the Facebook memes, former Prime Minister 2025 to 2025.
Yes.
So it's like, you are just digging your own. So it's like, so again, the progression, and then you say something like that, and which is absolutely hilarious. And then, you know, you're saying, and then you say in the rallies and stuff like that, we're going to move forward, etc., etc. We go in. Meanwhile, and then when he was selected, the whole scandal about the bullying thing came out. And then what I found interesting, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, from his selection, maybe up until election night, I saw nothing from Dr. Rowley in terms of addressing issues or politics or anything like that.
Right.
So it's almost
campaigning on the other side.
So it almost looked like, yeah, he's selected, have fun with that. I'm backing off. But then on election night, then you say, as political leader of the... I'm like, wait, what do you mean as...
No, but he was political leader. He needed to be more present in the campaign. I found people who were like, why is he holding Stuart Young's hand? He still has that role. If he's not there, then it's just very egregious that, you know, he's just kind of placeholder so that Stuart Young is technically political leader in a very disingenuous way, right?
And that's what it looked like.
And that's what, basically, yes, it looked... But meanwhile...
It looked like... it looked... I'm not going to say that is what it is, but it kind of looks like, you know, in an organization, you put somebody in charge.
And they're not really in charge?
And they're not really in charge, so then you're kind of slightly setting up the person.
Yeah.
A little bit. It looks like that. I'm not saying that's what it is.
One of my common complaints about the administration was, it didn't matter what the truth was. They made themselves look bad. Regardless of if the situation was bad or not, they made themselves look bad many times. And in some cases, like the SRT and the auditor and everything, they look bad. But
Mark, you just had me doing some introspection right now. So it seems that I am not in charge of my household.
Well,
I feel
you're the husband, so
my wife is really in charge.
Basically.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Mark,
it took you this long to figure that out.
Mark, thanks very much for bringing that.
Give her my regards.
Right? But it really brings to the front that what Mark is indicating is that the perception, there was a lot of perception behind it.
Negative.
And that perception was, if I am putting you forward, I give you all my support. But in certain critical times, you were not there to show the support. Now,
or at least didn't do it publicly.
Publicly. So, and there was a lot of things, but not happen on the PNM mistakes. I would like the new administration to understand that if you make the similar type of mistakes, your fate is already cast in stone.
Yeah.
Right? Whether we like it or not, your fate is cast in stone.
Especially since we'll directly compare it and take shortcuts to that.
There is going to be a comparison, whether we like it or not, because the comparison has already begun to take a lot of different forms. That they're going to compare
just
right now.
Case in point, they're comparing Kamala to Trump. I'm like, listen, she's not comparable to Trump.
Exactly.
You could say she's conservative. You could say that philosophically there's some parallels, but it's not the same thing. Let's. I want to say that right now, right?
And one of the things I would like is that I am waiting to hear who would be the ministers who will be taking up the portfolios. Now, we may believe that there is standard portfolios or specific ministries that will remain as is. In 2010, there was separate ministries, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Justice, and all kinds of things like that. They had,
and they've indicated for national security they're going to do that.
So they had some changes. So when we believe that we would get one minister, we may have ministers in different ministries as they choose to diversify the ministries to get more productivity. We hope to have more control on all of that. So we have to sit now and await the final decision. That's why I applaud her in the manner in which she answered the question when she came out of the swearing in and the media asked, "What is your plan now?" She said, "I have to sit with my membership, my MPs, and request of them what is their options, what is their best option, and then I have to sit together with them to look at the best fit, because you may choose to go in a particular ministry, however, because you believe that you could work there, but I think it's not about what you believe, is what was best for the organization and the best, where you can give best of your support. So yes, what we believe might be ministers for certain ministries, it may not be, or it may not be that.
But also, she went outside of the traditional norms of, well, I have my party. I mean, to some extent, the PNM did
yes,
that.
They did the same thing too.
Kind of, right? But this is an ex-PNM person who did not wear party colors, although Reggie never wore red, as far as I remember. He always wore white. But the point is, she went somewhat unconventional. And you see this as a positive?
I am seeing it from this perspective, is that if you want all-inclusiveness,
you need to be all-inclusive.
It is not about who you're supported. And she said that, and I heard it on the platform, is that we are here to accept everyone. It's Trinidad and Tobago if you want to serve. Right? My arms are open, my doors are open to you if you want to serve. You could have a strong view of your leadership. We will not always see eye to eye, right? If I have my views, doesn't mean I can't work with you. We could work together, because there must be some common ground that we could work with. I am not saying that I have to give up everything that I believe in and do everything that you are saying, because that is what you want me to do. Now, I don't know what was discussed behind the ground. I don't know the Attorney General personally. I have never had any interactions with him personally. Everything that I've heard about is what was been placed in a public forum. And I would not want to use those to judge. I may form my opinion, right? But at the end of the day, she made a decision. Our Prime Minister, has to live with that decision, because she made a decision. Good, bad, or indifferent, we will wait to see how it plays out in the next 5 years or less than that, as the case may be.
Right? I mean, she's fired ministers before. So,
exactly.
So I don't publicly warned them about.
So I don't see it is going to be a hard and fast.
Yeah.
Just because you and I rub shoulders together on a platform, but it is going to be, because just like all the prime ministers, she is. I think this 5 years is going to be, she has to set her legacy going forward. The decision making has to be more prudent, and I think she has a lot of experience under her belt to make better decisions going forward.
But also it's about the fact that we kind of dug ourselves in a hole here, guys.
Yes.
And we're looking for someone to dig us out, and it's not like when we say she's doing something for her legacy, it's not just, oh, and yes, just so her legacy will be great as the Kamala, and all that she done. But rather, it's, success of the Prime Minister, success for the country.
When I say legacy, not a legacy for Kamala Persad specifically, but to show that not because a party has 2 terms, it means that you're automatically going to get 3 terms.
Yeah.
The legacy of, if you continue to treat the citizens like how he was treated a couple of times, and especially when public comments about how you make comments about the citizenry, you didn't understand that. Yes, we understand about the struggles that is taking place, but you can't blatantly come out and tell us do certain things and then things are happening differently.
So I actually want to redirect, but one thing to point out, I was told, I didn't see this personally, Stuart Young apparently did on the campaign trail have the comment, if they get into power, there will be no jobs for we. And my friend was like, who's the we he's talking about, right? Is it racial we? Because he definitely is not going to. Is it PNM we? And I think what she's doing is potentially, to some extent, counteracting that sentiment And maybe she's also thinking, look, I want my legacy to be the prime minister that solved the problems, and I can't be that. Hopefully that's what it is. Because, and I wanted to ask you how important this is, because the PNM in the last maybe 4 to 5 years especially, they made promises that they never followed up on, right? Oh, we're going to have local government reform. Never finished that. They just used that to campaign in the local government election. Oh, we're going to have property tax to help the local government bodies get better finance. Well, they collected the money, but I don't even know if the local government bodies saw the money, right? And there were many other things. You know, we're going to deal about crime. Never really saw anything done about crime. We're going to deal about it. Never saw anything about it. The only thing they were pursuing was dragon. That's the only thing we saw them pursue in any real substantial way. So now when the new prime minister...
to solve crime.
Or the tent mandates. Now, among many others.
I was just being an idiot.
Also, one of the few substantial things, nobody could have a private FUL. Because all of the crime done by private FULs, I mean, think of all the murders that were done by private FULs. Think of all of them. And if you can't think of any, that's the point. Now, she's made, essentially, she set herself up. It might not necessarily be, I promise this, but essentially, she's saying this is what she's doing, right? But for this especially, to be all-inclusive, to be prime minister for all, it's a continuation of the campaign, which at the very least, it shows that she has some kind of vision. Didn't see anything like that in the previous administration with how they budgeted and managed things, right? How important is it that she sticks to this? Will the young people look at this, the ones who are now engaged in politics? To some extent, they're innocent and naive, and they hope for the best, and they don't want to be jaded. You might be old enough to already be jaded because you might have seen enough of elections to be jaded. How important is it that she does that? Because it's not just her legacy. We're now talking about the trajectory of Trinidad and Tobago politics. She could set the tone to put it in a more positive direction.
That's a lot of pressure. But no, a lot of promises were made, and this is the issues that we've always been having, and this is an issue that I've said on this show before. If you're making promises, make sure you keep the promises. And if you cannot keep the promises, make sure that the process is as transparent as possible so that people can understand why. Because when people don't know, you leave the human brain up to assume and put in the puzzle pieces on their own. And you don't want that. You want as clear a picture as possible. So if any of you all are listening, I don't know if y'all can hear, but keep the promises, or if you can or if you can't, be as transparent as possible. Because your slogan was, when UNC wins, everybody wins. But if everybody not winning, then that would be of great concern to a lot of people. And people will be watching, and then the conspiracy theories will start up again, then the mistrust will happen again, and then, it will be a failed 5 years. And we don't, we never want any government to fail, first and foremost, regardless of who it is. Because if the government fails, then the country fails. And that's the fact about it. What I would also like to see is a lot more reaching across the aisle. I would like to see the current administration as well as the opposition working together. And as Michaela Pandey said, I hope that the opposition is a strong opposition. And she also said that she hopes that there's a lot more cooperation. When I say a lot more cooperation, a lot more working together to make sure that the country is governed properly. And because the purpose of an opposition is not for theatrics in the parliament. Yeah. Right? And the purpose of an administration is not for theatrics in parliament. We're kind of tired of that. Right? And the people have spoken. Granted, I wanted to say this earlier. We may not be able to, or all the time are able to, go in front of the building and protest with placards and stuff like that and be angry. But people spoke with their vote. The people have spoken. Those of us who didn't vote, I mean, my heart goes out to you because I know what it's like being in that position where you're like, I don't feel any sort of inspiration to vote any which way. Those of us who stayed home because we thought it was in the bag for our party, well, I mean, depending on which part.
Well, I do think a lot of PNM supporters did stay home because things were just getting too bad. Right. They were getting worse. But Ashraf, it leads me to the next question. The assumption is, They have 26 seats, you know, they have 330-something thousand people voted for them, you know, which was maybe 10 to 20,000 more than what voted for the PNM last time, even though the total number is down. That's expressed in the PNM's drop-off, right?
And as far as I know, it's 100,000
total right?
Difference.
Yes, for the PNM. And let's not forget, the UNC didn't contest every seat, and yet they had more votes than the previous. That's one thing, potentially as much as 6 seats less, I believe, 5 to 6 seats less than the PNM, and their vote count is that high. It sends a mandate, right? We're not just voting the PNM out of office. They didn't just have a drop-off. You had a surge, an increase. So we support you right now. But the question is, given what the country has seen in the last 10 years, especially the last 5 years, and how bad the international situation, the external challenges are, not just the internal stuff, is she going to get a long honeymoon period? Or potentially, we already feel that we suffered long enough. We might have a hair trigger and say, hey, you don't have that long of a leash if we start to see you making bad decisions. Now, if the results are bad, but the decisions, you know, we could appreciate, maybe the leash is long there, you know, we wait and see how things turn out, and it might not be your fault that things don't work out. But if we see things like, yeah, we could get another salary increase.
Well, that's the dilemma this administration has to face.
Because they've been in power before.
A lot of the slate is different, which is a good sign.
Well, she's been in power before. So you've had your chance.
The dilemma would have been that should the PNM have won, it would have been easier for the narrative to continue of, well, let us wait, things are happening, we don't have all of this. And persons became so insensitive towards the new change, because no matter what happen, we still had a fight.
Or apathetic?
The indifference.
Indifference in that context. And we just, well, they're trying. That would have been the narrative from some forums. Now, the narrative is not there. The narrative will not be there, because there's an expectation that things should change with immediate effect. I do see that being realistic immediately, but understanding how persons felt of the impending change, persons want to see something that would indicate to them there's a change. A lot of persons may not want to agree, but some of the persons might say some of the decisions some things that she want to put in place will take some time. Somebody, the economists who did the numbers and everything like that, did in fact say it is going to be a little challenging. Fair enough. I am saying fair enough, but persons didn't take that into consideration. What they're saying, we need a change, right? And let's see how persons react to the new change and the expectation of the change, because there was a lot of promises. How realistic the promises are going to be in the immediate future, it's going to be dependent on that first budget that we're going to get.
Yeah.
This budget at the end of the year.
Well, they have a mid-year review technically to do.
So that mid-year review will give us an understanding of where they are and what can be done initially. Now, they have some work to do, a lot of work to do, and whosoever, when her cabinet is put together, they had to actually hit the ground running, literally, as the terminology hits, that they don't have, there's no honeymoon in this anymore. There's no honeymoon here.
No. Right.
Right? Because the mandate that is given by the numbers didn't ask for a honeymoon. I didn't give you a chance. I say, I want you to fix.
We don't want a continuation.
No, we want change. And that is why we voted for the change. And that change should reflect significantly in some aspects.
Isn't there a risk of change for the sake of change, what might just, compound the problem?
No, I listened to some of the things that they mentioned on their manifesto. I would not go into the lines of financial, that is not my field. Some of the things on the Ministry of National Security and the other areas, it's reasonable that if those things are put in place incrementally, we can see some changes. We have been looking for some incremental change when it comes to safety and security. One of the things a lot of persons were upset about is the e-ticketing system and how it has been affecting many persons. They believe it is not, it's abusive, right? It's draconian.
This is what the licenses
but when you lose
demerit points.
it has not been rolled out, in my opinion, from where I sit and as a law enforcement officer previously. We got a lot of challenges with people because people saying you're losing points and I'm getting a ticket. I think that it has its benefits. It has its benefits, but it's how we implement it
and perceive it.
Yes, because if there are persons, law enforcement personnel, and when I say law enforcement personnel, persons who authorize to give tickets, which is a licensing office, police officers, right? And those persons who authorize to issue fixed penalty notices, not police officers alone, right? There's a group of individuals could give traffic wardens at the airport, they could issue tickets. If if any one of those individuals has a beef with Mark, I could destroy Mark
easily,
simply by issuing 3 and 4 tickets that has demerit points in it, and automatically Mark is in a quandary financial situation one way, as well as when Mark had to renew his permit. Mark have some issues. When Mark had to go get insurance, Mark have some issues because insurance company want to send up a premium because he ticketed numbers.
And if you want to challenge the ticket, the demerit points, they go on the ticket immediately.
Exactly.
Right?
So
the court case is like months away.
So there is in fact avenues that persons said we could be victimized, and there are persons who get multiple tickets, and when you look at the amount of tickets a person gets for the type of offenses and the amount of demerit points, I mean, you have to be human.
Yeah.
A person would commit an offense, but when you're taken away, when they tell him he had to pay plus demerit points, that means his livelihood is being jeopardized.
Yeah.
So
there's no room for accountability.
So then
exactly.
So then you have to have a little understanding on how the system has to be implemented and how it's supposed. The same thing we're talking about. The same thing we're talking about the tinted glass.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're gonna fight crime.
That is not realistic.
Especially since, and this is a very common complaint, your car, whether it's the tint, whether it's the windows, whether it's whatever feature, no, this is not roadworthy. Well, but officer, customs allowed this car to come in.
We are in
government approved this car.
We are in a tropical environment. We have high temperature spurts throughout the year, right? The heat is unbearable for some persons, and the glare. You must have, no, I am not saying everybody's in their vehicle, but come on, let us be realistic. Reasonable.
Now, I want to open the phone lines with the time we have left. We're going to continue conversations, but you could call in and interrupt us. Just remember to mute your television, because I think yesterday somebody was getting feedback. Because of that, I could be wrong, because their stream or the television was on and feeding back into their phone. But one of the things, as we talked about, there's no honeymoon period. The obvious first thing that I think, and maybe this won't actually be the first thing, maybe they'll do something before that, but we do have a situation with the Commissioner of Police, right?
Before you go to the Commissioner of Police, I just want to make this clear. I would like for development of our political system, a maturity for our political system, as I said on the panel, that the present government, the present administration, revisit what the previous administration had put in place. Revisit.
Right.
Not take it off the table, and say, we're throwing everything because there's a P&M thing. I would like a revisit. Look and see what has value for Trinidad and Tobago, right? And if it can be re-implemented or continued in terms of developing some of the systems. Because the youth program is a good program in the context of how it is structured. Maybe it needs to be revisited and look at it from a different somebody else who's looking at it from a different perspective, another minister.
So
right?
I know at least the TPP, the THA Chief Secretary for Lagos, said sandals is not dead, right? And again, that project had some merit because the issue with the previous hotels that the government owns is just that the government paid and owned them. So when Hilton said, well, you all need to pay to renovate Hilton Tobago because we're not doing it. They're not making enough money to afford to renovate itself. And the government, basically, Hilton said, no, we'd rather pull out altogether. And now the government has Magdalena, which they want to sell. But the problem is Magdalena, given our market share of tourism, it will never be profitable given the tourism market share that we have now. Right? And we're not necessarily seeing things to improve that. But the thing with Sandals is Sandals would have built it. Sandals itself would have paid for it. It would have been a Sandals project that would have they would have had a stake in it succeeding in the long run, which is why that's one of the main reasons why I like the project. If the government was paying for it and owned it, then I would be like, because we already have Hilton and Hyatt having to compete with each other in Trinidad. We don't want Magdalena and Sandals having to compete with each other in Tobago. That don't make any sense. So that is one thing that at least, but that didn't come necessarily from Kamala, that came from Farley, who may be invited, the TPP may be invited to work with the UNC to form the government.
And that is my only wish list for, in my wish list, number one on my wish list, because I'm a person who thinks critically, and I like strategies. I like a process. And in order for me to determine whether a process is good, I have to revisit the process to see whether or not. And if there's good parts of that process, then all we need to is keep the good part and revisit
one of the common feelings, I think, is that because we had some people come in, I guess they were, for lack of a better word, were consultants. And I've said this before during campaign season. They criticized Vision 2030 or something, or Vision 2020, because it was just a list. And then they proceeded to roll out, to present their plan, which was basically just a longer list. And I feel like a lot of the issues is that the PNM, they had a list of things to do. They didn't have a plan with a vision. Now, politically, Kamala has a vision. We don't know if she will have a plan that will be an offshoot of that vision, or if she'll have a vision for then of the individual, what's the finance, what's the budget, what's the crime fighting. Right? They might just end up making the mistakes of, well, we have lists, but if you don't have at least priorities on those lists and detailed plans of implementation, it's just a list, and it'll be a random, we throw the dart on the wall and we see what sticks, and then you end up with a budget like the PNM, which doesn't seem to have any coherency, and it's not trying to accomplish anything beyond, well, let's just keep spending what we could spend and not spend what we don't have to spend and hope that the debt collectors don't come calling. Because certain government entities closed down because of that.
So true.
Right? Management of schools. The company that managed schools was paying contractors to renovate and maintain schools, but they weren't being given money to actually pay the contractors. They were just awarding contracts to do work for government assets for the government public education system. But the government wasn't giving them money to pay the contractors, and that entity folded up. And we don't know exactly what was going on there, right? But
coming back to where you was.
Coming back to where I was, with the commissioner. Yes, she is suspended. The actual commissioner, not the acting commissioner. The actual commissioner is under suspension. That court matter will come up, I think, around the time just before her contract is up. But no one thought she was going to be awarded another term. So to some extent now, this might be the first big decision, right? And to be fair, this is kind of organic. It's not like an artificial, we force in a new commissioner, we're going to try to artificially make way for a new commissioner because we need to put our person. No, naturally, by sheer coincidence, maybe, the time is up on this commissioner and it allows the new administration an opportunity to have one of its first big appointment. Of course, now the question is, will it be political? Right? I was going to say, I think a lot of the executives should not be considered. The current executive, DCP up, should not be considered for the post of commissioner because I don't know if the public will have any confidence in them moving forward. Is that fair to say?
Well, it has its pros and cons when you look at it from that perspective. If you're coming with the context that I'm going to clean house, you just compound the narrative of what the organization or what the PNM was saying when they take
But I mean,
take over.
You can't then, for the sake of not being perceived so, never do that ever.
Good. So what I'm saying is that the decision making has to be very prudent.
And transparent.
And transparent. We already have the issue with the former commissioner, right? And that matter will resolve itself in the court, one way or the other, right? Her tenure will be expired. The acting deputy commissioner, the acting commissioner of police, who is currently there, a decision has to be made through Police Service Commission because we have to have a commissioner of police. I think the process is where we have to look at and make sure that we have the process expedited and confirmation in the ranks.
That's the other problem. Pierre, I want to change the process. I don't know if they have time to do that. We have Diego Martin on the line. Good morning, caller. You're on here.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, morning, caller. It's been a while.
Yes, it's been a while. I've been, you know, my position, so. Well, I just calling to offer my congratulations to Ms. Kamala Bisasa and the government for winning elections. As I've said before, when I called you all earlier on, once Dr. Rowley was there, the NM had no chance of winning that election. And I'm sorry for short term, because short term versus Paul Guy. And I'm telling you flat, if Dr. Rowley don't distance himself from that party, you will never see the powers of. You have to congratulate Ms. Kamala Bisasa for the campaign she ran. It was clean, good, and everything was on point. The fact that since 2023, from November, right up to then, that is where she won the election. And the election was, the nail was finally put in the coffin. And she said, she purged all the problems from the UNC. I know what she meant by that, I know what she did. And thank God she did it. That is something I was hoping she would have done a long time ago. Couldn't do it because people like Satmaraj and all of them was there. So she got out of opposition. That speech she gave yesterday is one of the most beautiful speeches I've ever heard from any leader. And it's not even, nobody wrote that for her. That she wrote it for herself. I can tell you that I know. And everything came from her heart. And I congratulate her. I hope that God gives her the health, strength, and fortune to carry on. She has some very good plans in place, and once she can carry it forward, this country will be coming back to a good standing. And I hope when that 5 years is up, when she brings this country back to a reasonably good standing, the end will come back here to go and take away and spoil all that again. But they have a good opposition leader, which I admire a lot myself. So the fact remains that she stays focused and she's picking the right people. I can tell you that I know 5 of them in the 5 major positions. And it will be a surprise to know who they are. So we wait and see tomorrow, but I have a good idea of it. So I wish you all the best and may God bless. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, caller. It's good to hear from you again. Good to see that, you know, you're still in relatively good health.
You know, it's interesting to think about how much perception plays into people's decision making in terms of voting and just their perception in the government, because I remember there was a very, very long time where a lot of people, myself included, I thought about it, where it seemed like the UNC had no future if she stayed.
Yes, yes. I mean, we said it on the show as well.
So,
in part because around her, we were not impressed with the performance of the opposition around her.
And it seemed as though she just was okay with everything, because she didn't really come out and criticize or come out and publicly condemn and give anybody a slap on their wrist or anything like that. So it's interesting to see. It's interesting that dynamic when a few years ago we were a little bit concerned, and now today she is once again the Prime Minister.
Dare I say? Okay, we have another caller from Freeport. Caller, good morning.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, go ahead, caller. You're on there.
I just want to endorse what Mr. Mohammed was saying on the television about the licensing, ticketing system, right? I got a ticket the Holy Thursday. No, I explained to the police officer. I went to pass inspection for the car. I couldn't pass the inspection because the car not appearing on the computer. That is a new system they have. If your car does not appear on the screen, you cannot pay your thing. I explained all how to the officer. The car not appearing. He said, that is his business. I suppose to see that it appear. How are you going to see that appear? Right now, I'm going back to licensing Caroni. And they're telling me I have to see the transport commissioner. No, I can't use the car because I'm afraid for next ticket again. And
to take the car there, yeah.
Right, and the demerit point is, I guess, 6 demerit points, which is of no fault of mine. Wow. You understand? And I am very disgruntled about that. I can't use the car to drop my child to school. I can't use the car because I'm afraid they might stop me again and give me a ticket for the same thing. So that is my point. I want to congratulate Mr. Mohammed for bringing up that ticketing.
Mr. Ali.
Yeah.
Ali.
Mr.
Yeah.
Ali.
Yeah, Mr. Ali, yeah. Sorry for the thing. Mr. Ashraf Ali, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate him for touching on that issue because there are many, when I went to licensing, there are thousands of motorists experiencing the same problem. Cars not appearing on the computer system because they introduced some new system. And because of typographical error, your engine number have mistake, your chassis number have mistake, and you can get a certified copy. So I come to the final conclusion that it was a money-making strategy that the PNM must have introduced. Sorry for saying that, but I reached that conclusion because if the car passes inspection, all the time it's passing inspection. Why this year you have that problem, a chassis problem, an engine problem. All the time is the same engine number and the same. So there are plenty things in licensing want correction. And I'm very hurt that I have to pay $1,000 and 60 merit points. You understand? So we have to look into that. That's a serious, serious matter motorists in Trinidad experiencing right now. So thank you for accepting the call, and you have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Golo.
Yeah, that chassis number thing is a serious. So it begs the question: is it the system put in place now, or is it flaws of past systems before? Because the car has passed inspection before, and
everything. And I've said this before. I've used this quote: never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity, right, or incompetence, right? And
you went to school? Sorry.
I didn't learn that in school. Complex things could easily go awry. Complex systems could easily be derailed. And I find a lot of the things we need to understand, it's not a conspiracy. They're not out to get you. Sometimes they just don't know what they're doing. And they implemented something poorly. And in this case, when it has a lot of moving parts, it just compounds the error, right? It's not just the government of the day that's showing incompetence. It's also the public service as well. I mean, and to some extent, I would argue that's one of the things that Kamala will have to deal with. The deficiencies in certain areas of the public service. We have Sanwa, I believe, on the line. Good morning, caller. You on here?
Hello, good morning.
Morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning to Sean Michael and the inspector and the other young gentleman there.
Morning.
Yes. I want to shift gears a little bit. Sean Michael, if you would permit me.
Sure.
Now, on Sunday coming, today is the 2nd of May, Friday the 2nd of May. Coincidentally, the great cricketer's birthday, Brian Lara. But anyway, I didn't call to talk about Brian Lara. On Sunday the 5th of May, right, 11 years ago, just before the stroke of midnight, one of our senior attorneys was assassinated, Dana Sita Hall. We have had, Sean Michael and the rest of the panel, we have had, I believe, I can't remember the exact number, 9 or 10 men sitting in a state prison charged with the murder of Dana Sita Hall. 1 year ago, the family of Dana Sita Hall brought the matter to attention, to the forefront once more. The Director of Public Prosecution said he did not receive, that is a legal word, did not receive the committal bundle. So he was at a standstill as far as the Dana Sita Hall murder case was concerned. Mr. Roger Gaspard complained about not receiving the committal bundle. I think he has to get it from the judiciary. The head of the judiciary is the Chief Justice, Ivor Archie. he said he wanted a hard copy or something like that. He needed the originals. The judiciary said they forwarded the documents that Mr. Roger Gaspard, Director of Public Prosecutions, needed to go forward with the Dana Sitahal matter. That was 1 year ago. She was assassinated 11 years ago, Sean Michael and panel, as I said, this coming Sunday. What is the position with the Director of Public Prosecutions, with Roger Gaspard and the rest of the DPP staff take another year to peruse these documents? I mean, justice delayed is justice denied. The family, the relatives of Dana Sitahal needs justice. I would hate to think that Mr. Roger Gaspard and the DPP, I don't want to accuse anybody, I don't know how the legal system works. They just sit on this matter. With 2026 come, and we have heard nothing about this matter. We have 9 or 10 people on a murder charge sitting in the state prison. We are feeding them. I think Israel Khan, the chairman of the criminal bar
association,
the offension. So I'll end there. I want to know what is going on with this matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another caller, quick last caller for the morning. Good morning, caller. You on here?
Good morning.
Morning.
Sean and the panel.
Yes.
Good morning.
I have to, first of all, agree with the gentleman who just told you. And to say that is just one of the things that have created a malaise in this country. And there are plenty. I could go into a whole bunch of them. But I just want to add on to what Paula a while ago spoke about, what he got a ticket for. I got a ticket for parking on Park Street, waiting for someone to use a ABM machine. I was in the car, the engine was running, right? Police were a little east of me hiding, and as I was about to pull up, they came and gave me a ticket, $1,000. And what I also want to say about that system, and I want to agree with you, Paul, it has to be that is a money-making thing, or is a money-making thing. No country in the world, you should have to pay $1,000 in any currency for simple thing like a parking violation. All this is madness, and those same people in authority don't see any problem with noise coming from cars. Because as I said before, we have 500,000 cars on our roadway. At least 1/5 of that number are noise nuisance makers. And when you ask for statistics, how many cars drivers will charge for noise in any given year, it's 200, 100 and something. Are we serious? Are we serious? And for enclosing, let me just remind you of something. When the TTPS ambassadors, and I don't mean to single out anybody, continue to come on the program and make excuses about why they can't deal with the noise and that we the public must do this, and we must support, and we must sign and put ourselves at risk. You know, the fact that the opposition leaders saw it fit to raise the issue of noise pollution and say she would address it sends a very, very serious signal as to this last government and the opposition on it, because the figure did nothing, said nothing, and only had the police and the EMA fielding questions. That says a lot for them. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you, caller. I'll say this. I think the problem with the penalties, with the severity of the fines, I think that's basically the example of, well, let's be tougher on rule breakers. And now we see what happens sometimes. When you're tougher on rule breakers and the system is broken, you're going to get a lot of unfair treatment. But even if the system was operating properly, your complaint about it being too severe of a punishment is valid.
There's
but
also
this is
how it was done too.
Right, but no, but it's, because the system is broken, you're going to get people unfairly being penalized, right? And this is why when people are like, for crime, we want to see the gloves come off. I'm like, whoa, it's not exactly the same exact thing, but conceptually, it's the same thing. I believe the point is the penalties were meant to be harsh in order to enforce compliance, but especially since the system is broken, we're just getting a lot of people caught up unnecessarily, so being penalized unnecessarily, right? And being victimized because of it, because of the implementation of the system. Now, with regards to noise pollution, like many things, complacency. Now, there's a question, and there was a comment from Alien Nishon, and I'd like to put it up now if you can, Master Control. And this was from a previous, either a previous caller or a previous commenter on our social media platform. You could comment every morning while we're doing the show. My point is definitely not about deforestation to building the highway. I think that's a good thing. My point is about squatters taking over virgin forests as they did in many areas. Our island is affected by this, whether it's on the mountains or not. Right, that's a good point, and I fully agree with that. And essentially, that's what me and the other caller was basically saying. So thanks for redirecting so that people don't make it seem as though you were just on the highway itself. But I did want to clarify, I wasn't concerned about that like you, but that's a good point. And I think it comes back up. Noise pollution, deforestation. Thank you. And many other situations, the e-ticket system, right? And even to some extent crime. There's complacency. And now, of course, some of these things weren't mentioned in the campaign trail. Can they fit? I will argue some of these things, like what the PNM said, we'll fix this, we'll fix that. Some of these things are not necessarily big ticket item things like buying a new ferry or building a new hospital. Some of these things could be done within the confines of the existing budget. It's just, will they have, you know, at this, they're now start, so what can they hit now? But I would say that some of these things like the noise pollution and the deforestation, you know, these are low-hanging fruit things that they could see about as soon as possible. Crime, on the other hand,
it's a long term.
Crime, on the other hand, I'll say this. I don't know if there's any archaic regulations the DPP has to follow with regards to the type of documents that doesn't acknowledge digital copies. I don't know if there's any breakdowns within the working relationship between the DPP's office and the judiciary, if there's anything political going on, if there's any deficiencies in the law, if the DPP is just acting out and being a wajang. I don't know what the reason is for that specific chapter last year. What I do know is a new administration that doesn't have the baggage of the old administration. It's not about being better or worse. Just for that alone, I'm hoping, go in there, sort it out. Right? You have the capital right now after the election. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but at least go in there and sort it out as soon as possible, because it is kind of ridiculous that the mill rate is already reached 600, but 11 years ago, a lawyer was assassinated. We couldn't even get fooled with a robbery gone bad. You know, it was a clear-cut, believed to be assassination. And I've been saying before, things that are sacred in the past, if the violence continues, won't be sacred in the future. And don't reach, when it gets worse, don't be like, how could it get so bad? Well, technically, it already was bad 11 years ago. So how could it get so bad? It already happened.
Why we went 11 years ago for? A couple of months ago, another lawyer got
well, there you go. Exactly.
So the thing about it is that I understand where the caller is coming from, and communication is very important. And we have been speaking about it in the context of public interest matters. An assassination of, and it's not an assassination of an average individual. And it is not about because some person's lives matter more. This is not about some person's lives have more value than some. This is not the conversation. The issue is that it's a state council. There's a high-profile matter that has been dealt with. And once a high-profile matter has been dealt with, it's public interest. And the death of the state prosecutor in this matter was a big public interest matter, and everybody eyes, both internationally, locally, and regionally, will want to know what is really taking place. 11 years after, we are still trying to figure out, now, notwithstanding persons are incarcerated. Incarceration does not say guilt.
Yeah.
And that is the issue here.
The other issue.
The issue is that we need to know whether or not the persons that have been incarcerated, the evidence that was gathered against them is sufficient enough to say, listen to me, you are the ones held culpable for this thing, and the family is satisfied that, listen, the persons who are there are the persons who are supposed to be there, or with all the evidence leading towards them
are actually guilty.
And the courts of Trinidad and Tobago found you guilty. That is not happening.
Yeah.
And the pulling and tugging in terms of informing the public as to the status of the matter and saying, well, one saying I didn't get this, I didn't get that, somebody else responsible for bringing it in, it still doesn't change the fact that 11 years ago we're still waiting on it.
And just to wrap up, I think there's similar, I draw a parallel to hard on crime, well, hard on road traffic violations. Well, look, we have this thing where this Dana Sita Almeida, it's up in the air. We don't have a resolution. Let's just take the bullying scandal, right? It became a he said, she said. Who was telling the truth? Who wasn't telling the truth? But the problem was the former principal of CIC said, I purposely didn't keep a record of the situation. That's nice. But now we have nothing on the record to say objectively what happened. Not even to say, well, even if we don't want to believe the record, right? At least it would be something substantial and not just the memory of people involved and the opinions of people who may be biased fit. And without it having a resolution, I very much hated the situation because now we have an allegation out there that we have to say, are we going to assume it's true or assume it's not true? And we're assuming either way. And too many times when the government is not transparent, that's what we're doing. We're assuming either way. We're assuming either it's good for us or we're assuming it's bad for us. We don't know. But the problem with the PNM is they kind of took that gray area a little too far. And eventually the benefit of the doubt was gone. I don't want to see the UNC make the same mistake. I don't know if you'll agree.
That's why I am asking for what I'm asking for. I'm asking for transparency. We need to make sure that everything is communicated. We need to make sure that everything is communicated clearly so that it does not leave too much room for assumption, so that people can run away with these stories, etc., etc. So it's their job to make sure that all angles of the story are told, good, bad, or indifferent. It's also journalists' job to make sure that they also not tell the story, but lay out the facts. I feel like there's a little bit too much storytelling and not enough.
Sometimes there's also too much bare facts with no context whatsoever.
Yes, which is an issue that I raised before.
Repeating. Let's say not even back, just repeating.
Exactly. So I like when I say how do I say this? So even if there's a development of an issue, start with giving context. This is what we knew then, and now this is the new story that has happened. That sort of thing. But yeah, we need more transparency.
Ashraf.
Well, I'm a realist, so I expect that certain things may not happen in the time that it's supposed to happen. I always say nothing happens before its actual time.
Actual time, very true.
Who sees it differently, well, that's them. I am waiting to see how things are going to take place, how it's going to transition. I don't expect immediate change. Right, I may have to loosen my belt a little, right? Not tighten more, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to take my belt off and expect my pants to drop off my waist and get a cut ass, right? I have to be very conservative because at the end of the day, change of government doesn't mean immediate change of lifestyle.
Right?
And
fortunes.
And fortunes. You still have to be responsible. Right, and no government can come and change how persons believe and how our crime situation is. We have always said that crime has a significant social construct with it, and in terms of how the family and the proverbial family and the proverbial community operates. So we can't just believe that we change the government and everything is going to change immediately, and everything is going to, and we're going to have a very how the word that we're going to have paradise again. Right? The issues that happened yesterday still currently happening today. We're still seeing murders taking place. We're still seeing violent crimes taking place. We still see persons having issues on the streets. We still see indiscriminate driving. We still see reckless behavior. We still see all of this still taking place. So we have to accept some levels of responsibility. The same way we give this government a chance, we have to say, listen, we're willing to do our part with the change at the same time. Right? So with that said, I am hopeful. And I'll sit here and wait and see how things change in the next couple of months. We have 5 years of this administration, and they will be judged at the end of 5 years.
Well, folks, Trinbago was nice. Trinbago was paradise. But we reach where we reach. So what do we want to see for the future? We could get back there. And to reiterate a call that was so many sentiments mentioned today, and I mentioned yesterday, it's not about one side or the other. There's no zero-sum game. If the government wins, technically we all win, regardless of who is in government. If the government loses, we will all lose. And we also want to see a strong opposition with a strong government. That will be the best scenario. But at the end of the day, as the old man said in a certain film, we do it together. With that said, have a great weekend. Stay safe. Remember your allegiance to each other and to the Republic. And never forget, it's nice to be nice. Especially on your road, because you never know who's going to get pinched by the police on a ticket they don't deserve. So be nice to them. And we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
WESN.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private healthcare affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Come celebrate 15 years of Caribbean literature. It's a homecoming with stories, debates, open mics, music, workshops, films, and exciting youth and children's festivals at the 2025 Bocas Lit Fest. 50 events, over 100 writers, speakers, and performers. Check the program at bocaslitfest.com. That's bocaslitfest.com. See you at the National Library in Port of Spain from Thursday 1st to Sunday 4th May, or tune in online on YouTube.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2, match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3, search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available. SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in store at Forces Flagship McLean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
The home of Caribbean content is growing and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Every day, we communicate through stories. Stories of ourselves, our challenges, our goals, our experiences, and our aspirations. Storytelling is an art that we have mastered. WESN Film Studios comprises a collaborative team of experts with extensive industry experience locally, regionally, and internationally. The ability of your business to successfully communicate with your preferred audience depends on the strength of the stories you tell. Your vision should be communicated in a high-quality, professional, and creative way. From concept to post-production, advertising to film, multi-camera productions, live events, streaming, and virtual conferencing, we are WESN Film Studio. Let your own unique voice be heard and your vision realized. Call us today at 628-5835 for your next production.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience. Give us a call at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
We are tackling the hard-hitting topics, some controversial topics, some topics we sweep under the rug. You don't always have to forgive in a relationship for it to move forward.
If it is you are in a situation where you forgive the person, but to the detriment of yourself, what are you really doing?
It is very uncommon for somebody in the younger age group to have dementia.
Atheists don't not believe.
Is that I can't disprove God, but you also can't prove God, so we cannot have a stalemate.
We'll focus on the woman who's being the victim,
right,
or the man who's being the victim. We exclude the children.
Folks are trying to study the underlying brain mechanism to figure out how does this particular disorder happen in the brain? How is the brain processing this?
Don't worry about AI, worry about humans working with AI.
Are you willing to learn new skills to stay relevant for the future job market? That's the challenge that people are going to struggle with.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Rowley resigns as PNM leader, blames himself for election loss. Brian Manning calls for an end to one-man, one-vote system in PNM. Lawyers warn family court system is nearing collapse. And internationally, deportees rebuild lives through call center jobs in Mexico. Now for the details. Dr. Keith Rowley has officially stepped down as political leader of the PNM, a role he held since 2010. At the party's General Council on April 30th, Rowley submitted his resignation, completing his withdrawal from politics following his resignation as Prime Minister in March. Speaking to the media, he took full responsibility for the party's general election loss, saying, "I was the leader at the time, so I lose it." Rowley praised outgoing Prime Minister Stuart Young's campaign efforts and urged him to stay calm as he leads the party and the country forward. He warned against reversing the party's transformation toward youth leadership and dismissed racial narratives around Young's appointment, affirming that the PNM remains a rallying force for all. Rowley also revoked the appointments of deputy leaders Dr. Narayan Gatsby-Dolly and Colum Imbert as one of his final acts in office. San Fernando East MP Brian Manning is pushing for a return to the PNM's traditional delegate system, arguing the one-man, one-vote model introduced under Rowley has weakened the party. Speaking outside Balizé House ahead of a general council meeting, Manning said the delegate system better empowered active members and gave the PNM a historic edge. He described the current model as destructive and insisted party rebuilding must include structural reform. Manning also paid tribute to former Prime Minister Stuart Young, calling him capable and committed, and said the party must now listen to voters, reflect and improve how it serves the nation. The Assembly of Southern Lawyers has sounded the alarm on severe dysfunction in the family court system. In a letter to Chief Justice Ivor Archie, ASL President Cyril Lacan highlighted extreme delays, poor docket management, and a lack of accountability among family court masters. Cases such as uncontested divorces and urgent domestic violence matters are reportedly being delayed by months and even over a year, with some interim protection orders scheduled far past the legal 21-day limit. The ASL is calling for an independent investigation, stricter performance standards, a formal docketing policy, and stakeholder consultations. Lacan warned that the court's failings are inflicting emotional harm on litigants and damaging public trust in the justice system. Internationally deported from the U.S., many Mexican nationals are starting over through employment at call centers in Tijuana. One such center, Easy Call, employs deportees like Alberto Salagan, who turned his life around after gang involvement. The company's owner, also a deportee, says the jobs offer stability and purpose. Larger firms like ASC also provide work without judging past mistakes. With deportations still ongoing under President Trump's administration, these jobs are seen as vital lifelines for many returnees. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
This is 10 Questions here on WESN. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the program. She's back in office as the country's 9th Prime Minister. She's said to have rehabilitated the party. She's said to have crossed the racial divide in the country, and she de-Hindusized the party. It was an earthquake. Earlier in this week, Kamala Persad-Bissessar back in office as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Did we see that coming? To help us understand it and to talk about it from a different part of the country, Shankar Tilak Singh, a member of the Siparia Regional Corporation. He's in Cedrus. Good to have you, my friend. Good seeing you.
Yeah, good morning, Andy. Good morning to your station. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. And again, congratulations and to our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar.
How are things in your neck of the woods? I would say our neck of the woods, because you know where I'm from. Given these results earlier in the week, I imagine there are people who are still taking it in for all it's worth.
Yeah, well, some are celebrating, some are slapping their face to make sure that this is real. Some are so excited. It's a different dawn in the Southwest Peninsula. Now it has moved from yellow within the electoral district of Cedrus to the entire Point Fortin and Labrie constituency.
What do you think accounts for it and the emphatic way in which it has happened? I mean, 25 seats all across the country.
I think is that, people within this country has been, have had suffered over the past 10 years, and they had lost confidence in the PNM government, and a lot of people, especially young people, the opportunities and the promises that was made to them was not fulfilled, and that's what we saw in this campaign. Because if you if you were in that campaign, in that mode, is the first time that I have been campaigning and see that the amount of young people, the overwhelming support from young people coming and supporting our candidates, both in Labrie and Point Forte, and to the extent other constituencies when we went and support. So I would say that, you know, the young voters, workers, they are the one that made the change because of how they were treated and how they actually were misled by the PNM government.
Yeah. What do you make of the fact that it is said that she rebuilt the UNC from the ground up?
Well, I would say that definitely based on the status of this country, for the past 10 years, we actually has to build from that ground zero back up, because definitely Trinidad and Tobago is at the lowest over the past 10 years. Knowing that what we did in 2010, between 2010 and 2015, everything more or less was on a standstill, and there was no progress in this country in all sector, which is from infrastructure, in all energy, and all the other areas that this country actually need to at least move forward. So we actually went back 10 years, 10, 15 years, maybe I would say 20 years based on what we're saying in terms of under this PNM government.
Let me refer to some of the things that Anand Ramlogan was saying, which said in a piece in the paper yesterday. He said, Kamla Prasad-Bissessar must be credited as the first Indo-Trinbagonian political leader from the UNC to have really crossed the racial divide. He said other things, but let's talk about that. How you see it. Do you agree or not with that?
Definitely, because if you look at our party and the composition of candidates, it is not one ethnic base that you are seeing. It's a multicultural, multi-religious. Everything that you see is it make up a rainbow of people that represent Trinidad and Tobago, and everybody, as our political leaders say, everybody wins. When everybody wins, it's not only UNC, but the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. So that was our mantra, and that statement tells you that there's no racial divide between this country, and what our political leader and our new Prime Minister is doing is bringing all of Trinidad and Tobago together without, and she displayed that yesterday by when she swore in and hold the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago and sworn in as Prime Minister.
Yeah. Well, one of the things the point is made is she united the country on her own. She had to run under a different name to be palatable. She didn't have to do that, as was the case with the National Alliance for Reconstruction. But this was the UNC back in office in a way that probably to the point of the end of voting on Monday, a lot of people did not probably take as seriously or as conscientiously as it came down. That this was the UNC again, running on its own, so to speak, although it had aligned with other groups to form the what was called the
coalition of interest.
Yes, the coalition of interest. But that this was UNC in action in a transformation by a lady who went through a lot to get to that point.
Correct. The struggle for the past 10 years, and I will tell you on my end, in the Cedros district to the Sipaya Borough Corporation, that frustration in terms of reaching and getting the whatever the state has to offer to the burgesses of my district was a challenge, and was really something that we would have seen that we had a struggle, as you would have known, protests for basic necessities within our communities. And it reached out to both to our political leader, and we stand firm and weather that storm under the PNM together, hold faith and pray to God that the day would come to an end. And this is what made Kamla Prasad Bisesa strong, because what actually happened is that all sorts of innuendos and attack made on her within our own party. Some of our very own people, attacked and tried to actually pull down our political leader, our prime minister, well, our political leader then, and she stand her ground as a strong individual, defending her party, defending her loyal supporters, and continue defending Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what level-minded people in this country saw, and show support and defend her. And today she is back in as our prime minister of this country.
Mr. Ramlogan said the PM totally underestimated her political experience and her guile, and that was to their disadvantage. She said that she moved, Rowley moved out himself, and Stuart Young called a snap election, thinking they would catch her in a state of disarray, and instead she was more prepared than they were.
Well, definitely, because I always say, and our political leader and prime minister always say, right after a general election, you prepare for the next general election from day one. And this is what we had to do. However, the PNM made it easy for us because they did everything wrong in terms of how they treated their people, how they treated Trinidad and Tobago, how they treated workers, how they treated the low income and vulnerable in our society. And that is the people's revolt today, showing the dissatisfaction and the leadership of the PNM government and what they actually had done to those vulnerable in society and workers in this country. And today, the people are spoken with confidence that they knew what Kamla Prasad Bisesa had done between 2010 and 2015. They saw a better life between that time, and hence the reason they come out in their numbers and voted for the United National Congress and our political leader and new Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa.
I don't know to what extent you may be aware of sometimes a daily torrent coming from a man who now lives in somewhere in Canada, Devant Maharaj, and he was writing these long pieces with one accusation after another about her. Were you at all, well, to what extent you may be familiar, even if you look on your incoming mail today, you would see something from him. He was totally disalienated from her and from the party, and he was blaming her for a lot of things about what went wrong with the UNC as he sees it.
But as I said, Andy, within our party, the type of accusations and attack was made to our political leader in terms of, people who were saying that they were loyal. Besides that individual, there are a number of other individuals that we saw, people who went to the extent of joining and crossing the floor, joining the PNM and crossing the floor, and others who continue to say that she was weak and she was not, fit to be political leader, and all the other things that they would have continued to say against our leader. But one thing, her loyal supporters surrounded her and weathered that storm with her. And we stand by her. We continue to stand and say, okay, when we had the internal election, and you heard some of the things coming out from the other side. And we stand by her, and our membership our loyal membership stand with our political leader, and did when that internal election results come out, was an overwhelming support for her. They didn't even accept that, and they continue. When they didn't accept that, they start crossing the floor, and when they crossed to the PNM, that didn't work, because our supporters, our membership, saw through the attack and the lies that was placed, and to try to discredit our political leader, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa. We stand with our party, we stand with our leader. The membership continue to, at that internal election, continue to send strong support for our political leader, and also the national executive that was sworn in. So, when these people like what you just mentioned, I didn't want to even mention the name, continue to, try to be agents of the PNM, and I think that's the correct term to put them as, agents of the PNM, to pull down the United National Congress, a party who had started from the ground for the people, and continue to, have strong leader as Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and the national executive, together with her members, the membership, the rank and file, coming together and defend the political leader at that point in time, give her the strength, and she mentioned it yesterday in her speech, to the extent the overwhelming support from the national public for her leadership as political leader. We continue to ignore those songs that come through, the voices that come through negative, to try to even attack our political leader, because we know what she stands for and what she would support, and what the United National Congress will continue to work with her to build back Trinidad and Tobago in terms of a paradise that we once knew.
How much courage you think went into her decision to move, as the piece says, that she de-Pandeized the party and she de-Hinduized the party? Was that a gamble, you think, required courage?
Well, it is. When you are a political leader and even prime minister, you are not for one religious group. You are for all the religious groups and all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When I'm a councillor, I don't see, as a councillor, Deputy Mayor Siparia, Rich Borough Corporation, I don't see a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim. A matter of fact, in the opening, one of the things she always, say to us is that ensure that you represent the people and continue to serve the people, all of the people of your burgesses or constituency. And that is something she would always say. So by that statement of the Hindu Nazi party, it is not something that the party was a Hindu party, because when you look at the composition of the UNC, we had all the interreligious groups being part of the United National Congress. And who had the perception that it was that type of party, she is now saying that, okay, that they are wrong and everybody is one, all ethnicity is one, all religious group is one under the United National Congress, as she as Prime Minister. So I think it's a strong signal she had sent to her detractors who are trying to actually say that she only represents one part of this country composition of people.
Yeah, well, I think the point in there was that if you move too far away from the base that Manley had created and the people who surrounded him, then that you were running the risk of losing your base in a sense that was going to be irretrievable. But that the thing went the other way.
The turn side of that is that if you stick with only one base, then the other side will also be, look at you on the thing. So it has to be a middle ground in terms of making sure that every single person of Trinidad and Tobago, every single person in Trinidad and Tobago are being represented and has a voice in her government. And I think that's the message that she would have sent yesterday.
Ready, and responsible. They're saying that those were the three sort of catchwords from the PNM on it, and that Mr. Ramlagun is saying, well, to counter that, the UNC slogan was simply, yellow is the code.
Well, yellow is the code, and when the UNC win, everybody wins. I think that was the better slogan in the process, because everybody know when the UNC win, everybody wins. So, and they knew for the past 10 years that they were not responsible. They were very irresponsible in terms of how they conduct themselves within government.
What do you think must be the priorities going forward?
I know there's a plan, but priorities is supposed to be back into education, in terms of creating jobs, in terms of infrastructure development in the agricultural sector. That is one of the main priority. It should be treated just as the energy sector. In terms of safety for us, our country, safety for our citizens, in terms of national security, that should be a priority also. And those are the pillars that I know for a fact. Those are some of the pillars that our Prime Minister spoke about. And we'll be working towards with her to ensure that whatever is required based on our expertise, that these pillars are reality in the very near future. As soon as of yesterday, we were already starting to put things in place to work to get these things up and running.
You want to talk a little bit about that? What with some of the activity taking place right now in anticipation of what will come?
Well, everything is preparation, and I know for a fact after Saturday, the Prime Minister will make a statement, and all the necessary personnel who are being sworn in as ministers will also have their mantra, and it will trickle down now for our local government sector to see what role we are actually going to play. We continue to work as for the party as on the local government side of it, as councillors and aldermen, to ensure that what our strategic development plan, especially for the Sipara Borough Corporation, be priority in terms of going and other corporations throughout Trinidad, be prioritized and ensure that relief come to our budgets very early in the game.
Yeah, and there is from the perspective of local government, there are things that you all have come up with already to get going with. You want to itemize a couple of them?
Well, I would think on behalf of the Sipara Borough Corporation, one is our tourism development program. It is also within the area of infrastructure development. It is in terms of our recreation space to be developed for persons or young people in sports and other activities that will include, most sports is a wide area. I already had proposal for persons, something that have been left behind and never really be for the past 10 years behind, which is this, in the area of swimming. We want to at least make sure that the Owen Park is fully operational with those facilities to encourage young people in the various in terms of football, cricket, sports, swimming, track and field, and so on. So those are some of the quick wins that we will put in place immediately to facilitate our young people, extending it to other parts of the borough, and also in the form of agriculture. We are now in the process of having a development plan in the areas of cocoa, coffee, supporting the farmers with these whatever is required for production of cocoa, coffee, rehabilitating the coconut estate because we import coconut water. That's something that is we are looking at this point in time to at least how we can manage that in the Cedros district, because Cedros is one of the areas that produces a lot of coconuts. Why we should be importing from these commodities from other countries. So, those are some of the plans that we are looking at. The energy sector is also one of the things that we are looking to see, because those are both in the Cedros district that have been dormant. We have a lot of quick wins to actually come up with in the Cedros district with the various lease operators in the Galfa Green Hill area, so that we could get oil production up and running. So those are some of the quick wins that we are looking at this point in time. As early as next week, Tuesday, I know the mayor has called for a meeting with all his councillors to discuss some of the things. So we'll have these proposals, these development plans ready to go for the various ministries, because those are some of the instructions given to us as we win this general elections under our Prime Minister to move forward quickly so that we can put things in place to get back jobs, turn around the economic development within the borough and other areas, provide at least social assistance for the most vulnerable in our society, and to continue to work with the farmers and other interest groups in terms of giving them the necessary infrastructure so that they can produce food for this country.
So you have had an agenda waiting for the moment and hoping that the thing will go in the way that you can begin to implement your agenda. So it's not that you have to start from scratch as we speak.
Right. Yeah. For both Point and Labrie, I could tell you as coordinator for both constituency, Those are some of the mandates and some of the discussion we were having with the various groups within the constituency. And as we will go along, we just implement some of the recommendations from the people, because this is a people agenda. This is our workers' agenda. As we go along, yes, we had a baseline, but what we were trying to do is to develop more on those two documents, which is the people agenda, what the people want. Because those are some of the things that I would have just said. We are now compiling those addition to what we had already put down on pen and paper, and now actually have it as a working document to go forward as we meet with other groups, as we meet with other people, because it's what the peoples want. That's what we will be developing in terms of getting, they have the answers, and we are listening to them, and we are now trying to implement that as early as possible through the various communities in our constituency.
What is involved in revival of the coconut industry, for instance?
What is required definitely is looking at the old estates and rehabilitating them with hybrid plants, and in terms of new areas. So we want to maintain the present production or the present fields that we have, but they are very aged infrastructure and aged plants and so on. So we need to put in new infrastructure. So what is actually need to do is to have some incentive for coconut farmers to actually, for land preparation and also planting material, just as the cocoa industry and the coffee industry. Those are some of the areas that we will be targeting. You could just imagine we have to import coffee in this country. That is so sad. Cocoa has a very high price in the international markets, and we have the best flavored beans. I mean, you would have heard that I had won award for a silver award for the best flavored bean in the Southwest Peninsula. So there is potential to bring in foreign exchange for all three commodities that I just mentioned, right? And that is just only one part of the agricultural sector, because this industry also could intercrop with other things as citrus and other root vegetables and so on, provisions and so on. So you could have a proper plan that goes forward as you wait for your long-term crop to come in, which is the cocoa and the coffee beans and the coconut, that you could intercrop with shorter ones within 3 months, 6 months, so you get income coming in while your larger or your large crop come in after. So there is a lot of plans in terms of assistance, in terms of grants, in terms of incentive for farmers that we have proposal for, in terms of access to land for farmers and land tenure for farmers, and to at least make it more attractive for young people to come into agriculture. Not what not know what was happening in the Chatham dairy farm under the Petrotrin, where under the YAP program, that we review it and continue to build forward, because it was an idea not for voter padding, but to make sure that these people who are recipients of these lands are actually into food production. So, those are some of the things that we will relook and come up with a plan, and no one would be left behind. So we are not going to shut down programs, but we will look at it, review it, and make sure that the programs are designed for the purpose of providing food for the nation, and the commitment that you are accepting these parcels of land for must be for the purpose of what it was meant to be.
Yeah, and I happen to know that the Chatham Youth Camp was being restored.
Right. So the Chatham Youth Camp, $25 million was spent on that Chatham Youth Camp, Andy. $25 million. And I'm so ashamed to, if anyone pass at that camp and see the condition it is at this present time. It was designed for youth preparation, right? Youth rehabilitation. The outfield is one of the largest outfield in the Citrus district, and it is abandoned. They actually was maintained with fire. They were actually burning the field to get it clean. All the facilities is still down. The Chatham Youth Camp was designed to at least train our youths in all the areas, which is in sports, which is supposed to be for agricultural purposes, and other. That had a full livestock in terms of cattle, goats, sheep, and other dairy animals and so on. And today, for the past 10 years, all those things went down to ground zero. The animals, we don't know where it went. The trainers, we didn't know. It actually was shut down under Shamfa Kojo, and now under, I can't remember who it was under, the last one that was there.
Foster Cummings?
Foster Cummings, correct. And if you pass there and see where that $25 million, I think the MP at presently will raise that issue to launch an investigation, because those are a very important entity or facilities that we should have in the Cedros district, creating training and now handing our people, or the people, the recipients, the actually infrastructure and also the technical support that is required for food production, or even in the other areas of sports and energy and so on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting and surprising to hear that, because several months ago I was in a group with the minister and other people looking at the place, and decisions had been taken for its reappointment, if you like, to bring it back, given what the ministry was doing in terms of youth engagement in youth agriculture, with the YAP program and so on. But you think you're saying that no movement forward really began?
Well, after the closure, right, everything just went down, and then all of a sudden Foster Cummings came in after Shamfa left, and they had announced that they're going to do some renovation work to make it more accessible for and better facility for the youth. Yeah. 25 million was spent, and no one can see or hear or even actually touch that where that money went, right? Grass is growing up on the building. It's abandoned. The project is abandoned, and it's interesting to hear from after the investigation where and how or what was done. I knew for a fact that it was rumored that there was a lot of cost overrun based on when they went in. And what was the cost overrun? Because we didn't see where the 25 million spent in the first place. That is one of the things that we'll be looking at, and to actually get back that facility up as quick as possible, because it is definitely needed for the Southwest Peninsula, especially Point Fortin and Cedros and environs, Erin and so on, to have our youths actively engage in meaningful contribution towards Trinidad and Tobago. And I think that was the main thing that was missing in this country. We left our youth astray and blamed them for all sorts of things that is happening in this country. And I think the challenge for us at this point in time is to change that and put them into meaningful contribution by training and development, and respect them, because to let them know that they are the future of this country.
And you think, again, the race is about to begin to get to the point where things happen in that part of in your part of the country and in the rest of the country. No one will be left behind,
and we are on the ground, and we support our Prime Minister and whatever it is required, especially to make sure that our youths are not left behind, and continue to give them the opportunity, because that's all they want, Andy. They want to be given an opportunity to serve, and that's what we were hearing on the campaign here. Give us a chance. Earlier, we on social media, our social media campaign. This is some of the things that we were hearing. This is some of the things we were saying. Give us a chance. Let us come out. Let us build confidence. Let us contribute towards our community, not in a negative way, but in a positive way. Because if you look at what was happening over the 10 years, our youths who were outside was more active in all other things besides positive activities, and our youths who were behind the scene, who were locked down in their homes and so on, was just on a computer trying to do something and see how best they could. We want to change that. Yeah. We want to bring the tech. We want to get them out who would want to work from home, who would want to work in the fields, who would want to work smart, who would want to contribute in terms of our new technology in agriculture and sports and so on. Those are some of the things that I have been lobbying and advocating for. Tourism, there are a lot of areas for youth to get involved in their community, in tourism development and so on. So those are some of the basic plans that we have for our youth in this country, and give them the opportunity, because they would take us to the next level not too far from now.
All right, thank you very much, my friend. The Kamla hurricane blowing in various different parts of the country, including...
And the yellow virus is spreading from Cedros into the whole of the country.
Thank you very much.
As you went to Point and Labrie.
Thank you very much, Shaka Tilak Singh. This has
Very
been
nice meeting you.
Thank you very
It was
much.
a pleasure talking to you.
Good to see you. Thank you very much. That's our program for this edition. 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
WESN.
I am Dr. Delphina Ovid, your friendly neighborhood dentist. At Community Hospital Dental Clinic, we offer examinations which include x-rays, basic oral cancer screening, and a treatment plan. We also offer cleanings, fillings, extractions, root canal treatment, and complete and partial dentures. Remember, you don't have to brush and floss all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep.